Ще раз вітаю, колеги, і дякую за те, що приєдналися сьогодні. Ми починаємо. Перш ніж ми почнемо, я би хотіла зробити невеличку паузу. І ми знаємо, що сьогодні була дуже неспокійна ніч для всієї України, зокрема для Києва. І я б хотіла зробити паузу і на хвилину зупинитися і зробити хвилину мовчання. Після того я представлюсь і ми почнемо наш тренінг.
Я прошу тебя, брось, я помогаю.
Дякую, колеги. Тож, ми починаємо. І дозвольте мені включити нашу презентацію. Будь ласка, напишіть мені в чаті, чи добре видно, добре чути. Так, бачу плюсики. Дякую, Катерину. Так, ще плюсики. Дякую вам всім. І я хочу сьогодні представитись і представити туроператора Тревел Дизайнер. І розказати також, що нас чекає ці 2 дні, перед тим, як ми вже безпосередньо почнемо знайомитися з напрямками. Тож, сьогодні Travel Designer проводить вже втретє за цього року наш 2-денний тренінг Qday. Він проходить в останні дні останніх місяців весни, зими, весни і ось зараз літа, відповідно, щоквартально. Його мета – це познайомити ближче, глибше з напрямками, які ми представляємо. І сьогодні я хочу також представити нашу команду, яка буде працювати з вами, з нами на протязі цього тренінгу, і також дати вам розуміння щодо програми, яка нас чекає, і що ми будемо робити сьогодні, і потім вже анонс на завтра також. Мене звати Надія Макаренко, і я засновниця і директор туристичного оператора Тревел Дизайнер. В туризмі з 2006 року, вже досить давно, і за цей час була досить плідна співпраця із закордонними напрямками. Втім, останні, скажімо так, 15 років – це вже заглиблення і занурення в острови Індійського океану, де я і жила, і працювала. Тому органічним кроком для мене стало відкриття своєї власної компанії, коли я знову-таки повернулася в Україну з метою вже безпосередньо бути тут постійно. Там трошки про мене, ви бачите на слайдах інформацію. Я не буду деталізовано, бо це така історія, яка може довше затягнути часу. Тому ті, хто знає мене вже, то я знаю, що вже чули історію. Якщо ні, то будемо ще знайомитися з вами детальніше, ближче. Я переконана, що це не, якщо наша перша, то точно не остання зустріч. Також з нами буде працювати мої колеги. Це Аліна Актюріна, вона вже є серед учасників зараз. І сьогодні вона, насправді, це її велика заслуга сьогодні організувати для нас всю цю подію. Аліна займалася всією організацією, підготовкою до цих Qdays, тому за це їй величезна подяка. І також з нами буде працювати Оля Гапій. Вона також працює в компанії, і сьогодні вона нам презентує виступ. Вона сьогодні розповість нам про межсезоння в Африці, так? Тому що ось ці осінні місяці – це таке перехідний період з тропічної зими в тропічне літо. Чим цей період цікавий для нас, для бронювань, для розміщення наших туристів, поговоримо разом з Олею сьогодні. І, власне, рухаємось далі трошки про компанію. Тревел Дизайнер – це спеціалізований туристичний оператор, який був заснований в Києві в 2020 році. Наша спеціалізація – це острови Індійського океану, Африка та англомовні країни. Наразі це 23 напрямки. Наступного слайду ви побачите, які саме це напрямки. Здебільшого ми працюємо з агентами. Періодично до нас рідко з'являються клієнтські запити, але це точно не наш фокус, не наш орієнтир. І здебільшого це все ж таки індивідуальні замовлення, але також ми самі ініціюємо групові подорожі. Також ми можемо допомагати з груповими замовленнями, корпоративними замовленнями. Ми вже мали цей досвід. Як ви бачите, на нашому логотипі зображена квітка. Це квітка гібіскуса. Це біла красива квітка з червоною серединкою. Для нас це символ нашого бренду. Він постійно фігурує в наших розсилках, в наших комунікаціях з вами. Тому я думаю, що він гарно запам'ятовується і також презентує наші цінності, на яких заснована компанія. Хочу також звернути вашу увагу, що ми активно розвиваємо нашу проявленість, так, зараз популярне слово, в соціальних мережах. Ми є і в Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, в YouTube у нас досить велика вже підбірка відео, навчальних відео, які є в відкритому доступі, і агенти знають, що можуть звернутися також до цього ресурсу, як до джерела такої хорошої інформації. Щомісяця ми стараємось проводити безкоштовні вебінари по різним напрямкам, тому це також дуже гарний інструмент для вас в роботі. Якщо ви ще не знайомі з ним, то, будь ласка, дуже запрошую подивитися детальніше. Крім того, у нас є закритий канал в Телеграмі для партнерів, в якому ми також комунікуємо з вами, надсилаємо якісь вигідні пропозиції, новини з напрямків, наші новини від компанії. 23 країни, як я сказала, це ті країни, на яких ми наразі спеціалізуємось. це острови Індійського океану. Ви бачите тут перелік. Це Маврикій, Мальдіви, Сейшели, Мадагаскар, Реюньйон та Шрі-Ланка. Це Африка. Це не вся Африка поки що. Це здебільшого Східна та Південна Африка. Це Кенія, це Танзанія, включно з Занзібаром, Руанда Уганда. Це Південна Африка, Намібія, Замбія, Зімбабве, Ботсвана, Ефіопія та Мозамбік. І англомовні країни, які були нещодавно додані, там з 23-го року ми вже почали їх потихеньку вводити. Це Австралія, Нова Зеландія, Канада, США, Велика Британія та Ірландія. Наразі це той список, з яким ми активно працюємо. Трошки про наші цінності. Для нас вони є важливими. Це 6 цінностей ми виокремили, які для нас важливі, на які ми орієнтуємось. Перше і головне, мабуть, це про порядність, це про чесну репутацію та відповідальність. Ми знаємо, наскільки цей фактор важливий в туризмі. Це, власне, база, на якій стоїть взагалі туристична діяльність. Просвіта – це наша освітня функція, тому що ми багато навчаємо наших агентів щодо того, як правильно працювати з тими чи іншими напрямками. Взагалі пояснюємо специфіку певних напрямків. Виховна функція – це про те, що ми хочемо, щоб клієнти розширювали своє меню з подорожей, щоб це були не тільки подорожі Європою чи вже такі відомі напрямки, наприклад, азійські, так, а щоб українські туристи більше і більше відкривали для себе Африку та острови. Цінність – це про нашу глибинну експертність, це про те, що ми постійно навчаємося самі для того, щоб давати ось це якісне обслуговування, щоб ви опирались на нас як на експертів з конкретних напрямків. Він співпраця – це про поважну співпрацю. Ми використовуємо це правило для того, щоб працювати з нашими партнерами і будувати наші відносини також з нашими агентами. Це про вплив, це про те, що у нас є велика мрія щодо того, щоб українські туристи дійсно подорожували більше світом, щоб ми посилювали ось цей добробут для нашої країни також. Це суспільне благо, це і тут більше про комунікацію, про певний обмін того, що ми навчаємось в світі, якісь тенденції, якісь практики, які ми пробуємо в своїй діяльності, і також ми випрацьовуємо якісь методи, які ми також ділимося зі світом. Тому це таке благо, що ми можемо мінятися, так? Тому що світ зараз відкритий. Далі більш конкретно я хочу поговорити про переваги співпраці з Тревел Дизайнер. І це наша, скажімо, із 23 напрямків найглибша експертиза у нас все ж таки це по Маврикію, тому що і моя професійна діяльність також найглибша була і є задіяна саме серед Маврикія. Це вже 12 років співпраці з островом. Я жила, працювала на острові, тому можу сказати, що ми відвідали майже всі готелі цього острова, тобто ми дуже гарно знаємо готельну базу, ми знаємо інфраструктуру острова, логістику, і все, що стосується туристичної і просто суспільного розуміння острова. Ми є невелика компанія, як ви, можливо, ще знаєте, і тому для нас дуже важливо забезпечувати ось цю дуже швидку комунікацію. В принципі, я думаю, що коли ми будемо рости, це для нас буде головним пріоритетом, що коли ви звертаєтесь до нас з забронюванням, з запитом, ми намагаємось дати швидший фідбек, розрахунок, пропозицію, і також перебуваємо постійно на зв'язку, щоб дати вам максимум цінності, яку ви можете передати своєму туристу. Ми працюємо офіційно, у нас є туроператорська ліцензія, банківська гарантія, тобто всі документи офіційні, які потрібні для ведення туроператорської діяльності. Ми працюємо по розрахункових оплатах, тому що вважаємо, що це наша потреба підтримувати економіку країни, яка зараз переживає військову агресію. І не тільки, так, тому що це є один із тих принципів, про які я згадувала раніше. Ми постійно навчаємо, і ж я кажу, що крім цих Qdays квартальних навчань, ми ще проводимо щомісяця додаткові навчання, презентуємо напрямки, проводимо міні-вебінари з нашими партнерами, особливо по готельній базі. Ви можете це побачити на нашому YouTube-каналі. Налаштовуємо нашу систему лояльності, про неї я ще буду говорити трошки детальніше завтра, тому сьогодні дуже коротко про неї згадаю. Це про валідацію партнерів. Валідація партнерів для мене це, ми постійно, наша база – це працювати з якісними постачальниками, з якими ми будуємо довготривалі відносини. І це партнери, які ми в той чи інший спосіб постійно перевіряємо на їх життєздатність, на те, що вони є надійні. Так? Через різні способи ми це робимо, але це для нас також важливий фактор. І ми постійно працюємо над продуктом, ми створюємо чудові програми. Зараз на сайті у нас близько 60 програм, які ви можете побачити майже по всім напрямкам. Ще кілька напрямків ще залишається додати з програмами, але ми постійно додаємо щось. І ви можете це вже побачити на нашому сайті. Наші так, наші ні, щоб вам краще було також розуміти про оперативну відповідь, так, тобто ми завжди намагаємося в 30 хвилин, якщо ви нам надсилаєте запит на пошту, на месенджер, будь-який зручний для вас спосіб, так, ми намагаємось хоча б сказати, так, уже працюємо, і якнайшвидше дати відповідь. Так. По Африці це трошки довше займає, по островам це швидше проходить, тому тут залежно від напрямку. Ми любимо створювати складні маршрути, цікаві маршрути, комбіновані маршрути, але також ми розуміємо, що ваші клієнти хочуть якихось класичних варіантів, наприклад, пляж і сафарі, так, і такі програми у нас також достатньо є, і ми будемо ще додавати такі класні комбіновані, легкі в продажу, легкі в поясненні тури. Таких буде ставати більше. Постійна комунікація, постійна підтримка, це те, що дуже цінять, це фідбек з тими агентами, які працювали вже з нами. І трошки про наші ні. Можливо, ви бачили, що нас ще немає в пошукових системах, що ми не активно, ми взагалі не активно підтримуємо ці етапи демпінгу, або коли клієнт торгується за ціною, це точно не наш шлях, тобто ми готові тримати конкурентну ціну, але при цьому це не про те, щоб отримувати ціну за рахунок того, що якісь знижені ваші заробітки, чи через якийсь інший спосіб, так? Тобто це точно не він-він, про який я згадувала раніше, і тому я не підтримую це. Ми не робимо величезних рекламників. З цього року ми починаємо вже робити невеличкі такі подорожі ознайомчі. Про це буде більше детальніше вже в цього вересня. Але ми також не набираємо там великих рекламних турів, таких анонсів у нас ще ніколи не було і не буде. Ось. І наше останнє ні – це те, що ми не займаємось масовими напрямками. Тобто, якщо ви звернетесь до нас щодо Туреччини чи, я не знаю, Чорногорії, то ми навряд чи вам допоможемо, але ми можемо рекомендувати наших колег, які спеціалізуються на цьому, знають це, з задоволенням радимо наших колег. Звісно, ми працюємо з програмами під ключ. Ми прагнемо, щоб такі програми були, тобто навіть там той же Маврикий, він намагаємось не тільки там дати розміщення і плюс трансфер, так, а створити повністю ось цей досвід вже на етапі бронювання, щоб клієнт вже знав, приїхав і відпочивав, власне, щоб всі рішення щодо подорожі були прийняті на моменті етапу бронювання. Вже коли на відпочинку, щоб клієнт вже не постійно не напружувався з питаннями, що мені ще добронювати, що мені ще дозамовити, що мені там ще з'ясувати, щоб він відпочивав. І ось це неприймання рішень, так, в нашому житті, яке постійно нас змушує приймати ці рішення, мабуть, це і є один із способів відпочинку. Тому ми дійсно прагнемо, щоб мінімізувати це для клієнта, зробивши його відпочинок максимально зручним, комфортним. Так? І ми робимо все, що стосується наших напрямків, від візової підтримки, від страхування, бронювання авіа, внутрішніх перельотів, переїздів, паромів, закладів розміщення, будь-яких, це self-catering вілли, або тут ще також важливо зазначити, що це не про якийсь бюджет, тобто це може бути навіть невеликий бюджет, але по тим спеціалізованим країнам, які ми зазначаємо, так? Це може бути навіть бізнес-подорож, у нас такі були, коли там були потреби клієнтам організувати кілька днів в якомусь конкретному місті, де вони там зустрічаються з потенційними партнерами, і за бажанням ще додати кілька днів, наприклад, відпочинку або там занурення в країну. Ми так теж можемо робити. Тобто все, що стосується наших напрямків, ми допомагаємо. Так, секунду. Так. Так, і, власне, вже переходимо до наших навчань. Це наші 2 дні розклад. Ми завершили ось 9:30 мій виступ і знайомство. І я сподіваюся, що вам допомогло це більше зрозуміти, хто ми є, особливо ті з вас, хто вперше з нами знайомий. Я думаю, що ми добре познайомились. Що нас чекає сьогодні? Сьогодні ми будемо зосереджені на Африці. І сьогодні ми будемо говорити про Кенію, про Танзанію, про Зімбабве з Мозамбіком, Руанду, Уганду, Намібію. І в якості такої вишеньки на нашому тортику буде у нас Мадагаскар. Сьогодні також очікується, що буде виступ від Олі, від моєї колеги з Тревел Дизайнер. І на завершення вже зробимо якісь підсумки, питання-відповіді. Так? Я думаю, що ми будемо працювати десь до 6-ї, подивимось, чи потрібно там буде трошки менше часу, будемо трошки коригувати. Ось, почнемо ми з Танзанії. Це наші партнери African Adventure. Вони спеціалізуються на Східній Африці. Це прекрасні експерти, з якими я вже неодноразово зустрічалась. Тобто ми познайомилися ще, мені здається, минулого року на одному із таких спеціалізованих воркшопів по Африці. І вже цьогоріч ми мали змогу працювати з ними. Тобто цього року ми з ними зустрічалися у Берліні на нашій виставці міжнародній туристичній. Тому сьогодні у нас буде також ця можливість поговорити з ними. Аліно, у нас ми бачимо вже наших колег. Скажи, будь ласка.
Вітаю всіх. Так, наче бачу. Перегляньте, будь ласка, список учасників.
Так. Також зазначаю, що у нас буде виступи англійською мовою, звісно, тому що це іноземні партнери. Тому я сподіваюся, що вам буде комфортно це розуміти. Якщо що, то в кінці ви зможете, наприклад, задати свої питання, і я буду вашим перекладачем. So I'm changing back to English, and today we will start our presentation dedicated to Tanzania and Zanzibar with our partners African Adventure. So, dear colleagues, if you are here, I would like to invite you for your presentation. The stage is yours. I'm gonna give you the stage and possibility to represent your presentation if you have. Так, шукаємо партнерів. Секунду. Dear colleagues, так, перевіряємо, чи партнери під'єднались. Технічні моменти, дякую за ваше очікування. Dear colleagues, so now is the time for presentation of Tanzania by African Adventure. So dear colleagues, if you are here, because I don't see some of the names, please go ahead. Okay, Preston. I see. Good morning, Preston. How are you?
All right, Nadia, how are you doing?
I'm fine, and you? All is good?
I'm all right. How are you? All is well. All is well. All is well. All is well. Our time is 10 o'clock our time?
Yes, you are starting to represent African Adventure with your Tanzania and Zanzibar, right? You
Yes.
will have time till 10:15, so you have like 35 minutes now. Will it be fine for you? Do you need to show your presentation?
Yeah, quite quick. 1 second. 1 second. Let's share with you.
I make you the co-host so you can show your presentation.
Share. Yes, I can share. Okay, sorry, I need to. Okay. Okay, now I'm a co-host here. Let me share. Yeah. One second. I've got my screen here.
Let me know if you need any assistance.
Yeah, 1 second. I've got. I'm trying to. You made me a co-host, eh?
Yes.
1 second. I need to share my screen. Okay. Yo, 1 second. I need to share my screen. Yeah, presentation. It's here. Yeah, 1 second. Nadia?
Yeah.
I'm trying to get my screen up. It shouldn't take long. Okay. Share. Can you now see my screen?
Yes. Yes, all good.
Can you see my
Just put it in a slide mode.
It is in slide mode.
Yes.
Can you see?
Just to
the
remove
first second.
the side panel, like slideshow. You see that on the red panel you have a slideshow, so you can switch it on and it will be full screen. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Come again. I switch it on where? Can you still see it?
Did you put a slideshow?
Yeah, 1 second. Okay, you're saying I do what from where?
On the top, you see the slideshow, like file, home, insert, slideshow.
Yes.
Slideshow, you press it and it should be, yeah,
Okay, there, and then
from the
I
beginning.
do. Okay, from the beginning, huh? Slideshow.
Slideshow, and check your left top corner from the beginning. There is a slide from the beginning. A bit down. A bit to the left. To the left, you will see this from the beginning. No, you are watching to the right, to the left.
Oh, to the left, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, from the beginning.
Exactly. Good. Now it should show
Okay.
all. Hold
Now
on.
we okay now?
No, not really. Try to press it again.
Are we okay now? From the beginning, eh?
Yeah, just press this button.
There?
Doesn't go.
Are we there?
Try to
Nadia?
yes. Try to close the share. You see this gray button share? Just remove it.
On the right?
No, not this one. Down. This gray share and cross. Save to cloud. This one to close it.
Which one?
With your presentation slide, share.
Okay.
Yeah, with this one. Close it. Oh, this sounds much better. And try to go on the from the beginning once more. Double click.
I've double clicked it.
Nothing happening. Okay, then let's continue like this then.
Okay. From the beginning. Yeah. Okay. Okay, Nadia, can you see it now?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, can we continue now?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. So I've got how many minutes? Sorry, I know I took up some time. I've got how many minutes?
30 minutes is yours. So
okay, fine. I think we should be able to be okay. You can hear me, eh?
Yes.
Okay, fine. That's okay. So I think I'll just move in quite quick so that we don't waste more time. And sorry about the delay again. So basically, we are presenting Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Uganda, and Rwanda and Zanzibar. Okay, today. Okay, we're only talking about Tanzania and Zanzibar. Okay, but very fast, I'll run you through Africa Adventure. We are a destination management company out of Nairobi. We exist between the whole of East Africa. We've got 20 years of experience. Our core expertise runs in tailor-made and cultural experience, safaris, and adventure. We've got affiliations with all the associations across East Africa and Rwanda. And we also have partnerships with some overseas associations. Yeah, we are covered with a liability cover and risk mitigation. We have fully covered insurance, and so I think I will now just move to. I'll move to Tanzania. Why? Again, I'll say why East Africa. There's a strong demand in East Africa during the autumn and the winter gateways, especially with the Ukraine and the Eastern Europe travelers, because East Africa offers warm weather, clear skies in the north hemisphere, the winter season. It's popular with safari destinations in Serengeti and Ngorongoro, and in peak and including wildebeest migrations. The highlight of the travels here, the travel agents can leverage the winter escape trend. Clients want guaranteed wildlife sites and then warm beach destinations. And then we've got excellent flight connections. We've got direct and one-stop flights between Kiev and Warsaw, Istanbul. Europe hubs connect into Nairobi, Kilimanjaro, and Zanzibar efficiently. The airlines that we work with across this region are Turkish Airlines, Qatar Airways, Emirates, Ethiopian, and Kenya Airways offer multiple weekly flights, and agents can flexibly agents can sell flexible arrival points for multi-destinations. Itineraries combining safari and beach fronts without any complications. The highlight of this is ease of access, reduces travel fatigue, and makes short autumn winter trips very visible for the Ukrainian clients. Competitive pricing in the southern East Africa remains cost-effective compared to South Africa, Botswana, and Namibia for similar luxury or mid-range safari experiences. Okay, guests get more value, high quality lodges, exclusive game drives, cultural experiences at competitive prices. The highlight of this is that position East Africa is a premium but affordable alternative to winter travelers coming from Ukraine. Mix of safari, beach, and easy upsell. Tanzania for natural combination packages. Serengeti, Ngorongoro can easily be combined into Masai Mara in Kenya and Amboseli. And then we've got beach extensions. From there, you can fly easily into Zanzibar and also the Kenyan coast of Diani and Watamu. Okay, this bundle offerings increases trip value and provides additional commission opportunities for agents like yourselves. Okay, packaging Tanzania safaris with Zanzibar, the combined offers is more attractive than selling them separately. Emphasis: tailored itineraries can be upsold based on a family-friendly honeymoon or luxury segments. Okay, so the takeaway for this is autumn and winter. There's high interest. Window act early for bookings. Multiple destinations packages, high value and easier to market. Flights are convenient, making East Africa easily accessible for shorter trips, and then competitive prices. You know,
Dear Preston.
Yes.
Sorry for interrupting. Just to tell you that you can change the slides by yourself because now they are not changing. So if you wish to change the slides, you can do it by yourself, just clicking the slide you need. Because so far we are on the first slide.
Okay. Okay, now we are on Tanzania highlights now. Okay.
Just press
so Tanzania highlights.
Just press the necessary slide because we are still on the slide number 1.
Okay. Can you see? Okay. Can you see? Has it changed now?
Yes, now it's changing. You need to change it by yourself. Thank you.
Now we're on Tanzania highlights. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, fine. So that's okay. So Tanzania highlights, like I mentioned earlier, we've got the Serengeti, Ngorongoro, and Tarangire and luxury camps. Serengeti Great Migration, normally September to November southwards. The migration peaks September is move southward towards the Ndutu and Ngorongoro regions for Calvin. Ukrainian travelers are particularly drawn to the spectacle of thousands of wild beasts and zebras, often coming accompanied by dramatic predators encounters. The highlight of this is obviously the photography opportunities and the seasonal uniqueness. Once in a lifetime experience. The Ngorongoro is there, big 5 in one day, a UNESCO World Heritage Site, home to a dense population of wildlife, with a 26-kilometer wide volcanic caldera. Opportunity to spot the Big Five in a compact, accessible location, ideal for clients with short schedules from Eastern Europe. Emphasis, we've got luxury lodges here, mid-range accommodation nearby that offer creative view experiences. Then we have Tarangire on the northern Tanzania. Elephants and baobabs, famous for large elephant herds and iconic baobab trees. Tarangire is perfect for photographers and wildlife enthusiasts. Less crowded than Serengeti, making it ideal for private, relaxed game drives. Highlight of this is a variety of lodges, from luxury tented camps to budget-friendly lodges, suitable for different profiled clients. Accommodation types, luxury, we've got types like Serengeti, Four Seasons, Serengeti Migration Camp, all personal services, prime wildlife views, and exclusive experiences. For mid-range, offer comfortable accessibility without compromising the safari experience, such as Serengeti Serena and Tarangire Sopa. Okay, and then flexible in pricing to cater for the Ukrainian traveler, diverse budget. You know, whether you're taking the high expensive or mid-range or low range, we're able to accommodate it. Okay, emphasis on migration timing. Ukrainian travelers love wildlife spectacular. Additional, not the tailor-made safaris accompanied Serengeti, Ngorongoro, Tarangire are the highly appealing because of the maximum wildlife viewing in the compact area. Okay, so we move to Zanzibar. As my slide moved, are we in Zanzibar now?
Yes, we are.
Okay, very good. So Zanzibar, we got the white and sand beach, channel, Tranquil waters, Stone Town. It's a UNESCO cultural hub. Then we got the spice farms and cultural tours, and then wide hotels across Zanzibar. Okay, the white sand beaches in the Tranquil waters. Zanzibar is famous for pristine beach like Nongwe, Kendwa, Paje, and Matemwe. Calm, shallow waters on the west coast are ideal for swimming. East coast beaches are perfect for kite and surfing and diving. Okay, the highlight of this, a long stretch of private or semi-private beach, spectacular sunsets, a romantic beach dining, especially attracting to honeymooners, couples, and small groups. The Stone Town is a UNESCO cultural hub, historical hut for Zanzibar city, featuring Swahili architecture, narrow winding streets, carved wooden doors, and bustling markets. UNESCO World Heritage Site, key attractions, the House of Wonders, Old Fort, Forodani Gardens, and the evening food market, where you can walk and just buy food from the streets. Okay, the selling point for this, the offer guided walking tours, storytelling on the spice trade history, and local crafts, shopping, combined with boutique hotel stays for premium experiences. The spice farms and cultural in Zanzibar. Zanzibar is nicknamed the Spice Island. Cloves, cinnamon, nutmeg, and pepper are cultivated here. Tours like farm walks, hands on demonstrations, and testing experiences. Okay, and the selling point for the spice farms, you position this as a cultural immersion plus wellness activity, perfect for clients seeking authentic experience and beyond the beach. Okay, wide hotel choices across Zanzibar. Zanzibar offers something for every market segment. 3-star boutique hotels for independent travelers, mid-budget clients, 4-star resorts for families and small groups, and then 5 stars for luxury private resorts for honeymooners, VIP, and high net worth clients. Okay, and the selling point for this, flexible beach, all-inclusive, adults only, or private villas. Highlight unique experiences like water villas and suites for private plunge pools. Okay, that's for Zanzibar. Okay, position of Zanzibar is a honeymoon and winter sun escape, especially for Kenyan clans looking to travel during cold months. Suggest combining Zanzibar with a short safari in northern Tanzania, Serengeti, Ngorongoro, to create a 7 to 10-day safari beach and package. Emphasis for this via direct flights from major hubs and via connecting through Dar es Salaam and Kilimanjaro Airport in Arusha, northern Tanzania. Okay. So I'll move to tailor-made experiences. Okay, highlight for Africa Adventure specializes in fully personal safari and travel experience across East Africa. Okay, emphasis the growing trend among Ukrainian travelers are seeking flexible, exclusive, and authentic experiences rather than standard packages. Okay, the key for this is every journey can be designed to your client's preference. Okay, to your client's preference, pace, and style. Private travel guides for flexibility. Okay, the private travel guides accompany clients throughout the safari, ensuring personal attention to adapt and scheduling. Advantages: stop at wildlife sites, viewing and or local attractions is designed. Modify itineraries spontaneously based on a client's preference and unexpected opportunities. E.g., say like a wildlife migration site. And then expert storytelling. Our drivers are very knowledgeable with their local experience. And honeymooners couple may want to linger at the scenic lake or take impromptu picnics in the savannas. Okay, combining itineraries, families, safaris, honeymoon safaris, adventure safaris, and we've got different types of adventures across Tanzania. Okay, and then we do have add-ons during the safaris. We've got balloon safaris, walking safaris, gorilla trekkings. Okay, balloon safaris can be taken across Serengeti and the Mara. Okay, walking safaris. These are guided walks tours with the expert rangers, intimate wildlife encounters, bush education. Gorilla trekkings, we have it in the southern Tanzania and also in Uganda and Rwanda, just in case somebody wants to extend to those regions. Okay, so Africa Adventure especially delivers tailor-made experiences, combining expert local knowledge, private guides, and flexible itineraries for every type of traveler. Okay, so I think because of time, we'll move to the unique selling points for the Ukrainians. Exotic yet safe, trusted ground support. East Africa offers a breathtaking wildlife experience, pristine beaches, and unique cultures, making it highly attractive to Ukrainian travelers seeking luxury and adventure. Safety is a top concern for Ukrainian travelers. And Africa Adventure especially provides professional ground handling, including vetted driver guides, secure transfers, and local expertise. Okay, so as you then visa on arrival, Tanzania and Zanzibar do offer visa on arrival for all the Ukrainian travelers, making travel easy and stress-free. Highlight the simplicity and speed of our process, avoiding complicated embassy procedures. Okay, and then English-speaking driver guides English-speaking travel guides with the translators on request. All our safaris and excursions include English-speaking travel guides, ensuring a smooth communication and high quality experience. For clients who may want Ukrainian or Russian or other language support, translators can be arranged on request, enhancing the personal services. Okay, Ukrainian travelers value cultural understanding, clear communication, and the guides are knowledgeable about the wildlife, culture, and local communities, providing enriching storytelling. Affordable and seasonal promotions. We do have offers for autumn and winter bookings for Ukrainian travelers, which align with school holidays and international travel patterns. Okay, and this can be tailored to your specifications based on your request. Okay, then we'll move. We're almost done. Okay, and then sample itineraries. We've got sample itineraries. We've got 7 days, 6 nights between Serengeti and Ngorongoro, which we'll share with you guys our brochure. Focusing on classic northern circuit safari, Serengeti National Park for the Big Five, Ngorongoro for the UNESCO. Accommodation from mid-range lodges, luxury to boutique. Okay, and then 5 days, 4 nights Zanzibar beach. Focuses on post-safari related pristine beaches, white and sand beach, coral reef, snorkeling, spice water visits, stone town, and cultural tour. Accommodation ranges from 5-star resorts like Baraza and Park Hyatt to both beach villas, and this can be easily promoted across Ukraine. Okay, combined, we've got 10 days, 9 nights, Tanzania and Zanzibar combination. This is a full East Africa experience combining wildlife and beach. 7 days, Serengeti, Ngorongoro, Tarangire optional, and then 3 nights into the beach, Zanzibar. Okay, this combination can be used for client revenue based on their spending power. Okay, optional, the clients can easily do extension into Rwanda for the gorillas and Uganda or into Kenya. Okay, for safari.
Okay.
Okay.
I think for Uganda, Rwanda, we will talk a little bit later because we
Later,
have
that's okay.
we have a
That's
special
okay. Session for that.
yeah.
Perfect. So to finalize on this, we do have to finalize on our topic today. We do have support for agents. We have competitive B2B rates. We provide special trade rates, exclusive for travel agents, which you can sign up on our B2B portal. These rates are now allow you to offer clients comprehensive packages without compromising quality. Example, tiered prices for safaris, lodges, and add-ons, ensuring flexibility for different clients' budgets, and then for the B2B portal. And then on-ground support, our local team in Kenya, in Tanzania and Zanzibar, is available around the clock. To manage, we manage any unforeseen changes, late arrivals, special requests, or logistical issues. Agents can rely on our real-time updates for clients' movements and confirmation. Okay, and then first quotation turnaround. We have a quick response time for our team. Quotes are usually sent back within 24 hours maximum, but within 12 hours you can get your quote back. Our quotation system ensures accurate pricing with a clear inclusions and exclusions to avoid any confusion. First turnaround helps you secure clients before your competitors, especially for peak season and bookings. Okay, the tip here is we have used our ready-to-go collections to present options for clients immediately. It shortens the sales cycle and increases your conversion rate for your clients. Marketing collaterals, we have images and itineraries, which we can supply you guys to help you out with your marketing. The final stage is now just to call for action, reference notes. As we wrap up this discussion, I want to emphasize the value for partnering with the Africa specialists for your clients, especially for East Africa. Whether it's Tanzania, Zanzibar, of course, into Kenya, Rwanda, we ensure seamless ground handling opportunities, giving your clients a memorable, smooth travel experience. And then why you should partner with us? We act as a partner with our global standards, combining deep local knowledge with international quality service. From airport transfers, lodge hotel bookings, guided safari experience to customized experiences for your clients. We offer every detail. Our team is experienced, professional, and accessible, ensuring real-time support for your clients. Okay, so call for action here is that we encourage you to connect with us directly for your upcoming bookings. You can reach us on our email, which I will provide you guys. By partnering with us, you get more than supplier. You gain a reliable ground handler. Handler committed to delivering exceptional travel experience across East Africa. Okay, so the tip is stay connected for high quality partner services and our local experience. Okay, so we invite you guys, and especially during our farm trips and educational trips, our office will be sharing with you guys our schedule for next year, where you guys can have an opportunity to visit this part of the world to sample our services. Okay, so I think from there, any questions from anybody?
Thank you, Preston. It was really interesting. Let me switch back to Ukrainian just to ask the questions, and I have few for you. Шановні колеги, зараз презентація завершена. Ми поговоримо трошки питання-відповіді. Якщо у вас є питання, ви можете або написати їх, можете українською або англійською, як вам зручно, або ви можете задати їх, ручку підніміть, і тоді я вам включу мікрофон, ви зможете запитати. Також можете і англійською, також українською. А я задам кілька уточнюючих питань, які, я думаю, що вам будуть дуже-дуже конкретні і дуже такі, щоб у вас ви головні думки про Танзанію і Занзібар винесли з цього навчання. Dear Preston, I have few questions. Okay, season. September, October, November. In terms of weather in Tanzania, we consider it's good weather, right? In terms of rains are not still coming. Of course, November can be risky, but still the weather is very comfortable for families or couple to travel. Am I right?
Yes, you're very right, because because we are right on the equator, and our weather here is very, very favorable, because we know spring in Ukraine is March, April, May, summer is June, July, August, and then autumn is September, October, November, and then winter is in December, January, for February for Ukraine. But here the weather is fairly warm. You know, let me just run it through for Tanzania. Tanzania, 1 second. We'll also share with you our destination guide. Okay. So Tanzania, Tanzania, like you mentioned, between September and December is fairly warm. It's fairly warm, fairly warm. Okay. Yeah, between September and December, it's fairly warm. All through to March.
Yeah. Тобто перша думка, колеги, тут увага. Перша думка. Осінні місяці, які є весняні місяці для Африки, це дуже хороший період з точки зору погоди. тому що температура дуже тепла, бо це близько до екватора, і це хороше сафарі, так? Second question. We will try to make it brief because we have another 5 minutes. So second thing, clients want to visit Tanzania and Africa for the first time. Do you suggest classic safari route, like northern itinerary, and for how many days for the first time? In your experience, should it be short, like 3-4 days, or longer, 5-7 days safari?
Okay. I think it depends with their budget and the amount of time they have. But we will recommend shorter, maybe with a beach extension into Zanzibar.
Yes.
So that they can have a very quick experience. Then they can go back home and then they can plan again for a repeat. You know, our biggest selling tool here is our repeat and the referral base. Because clients come and they experience good safari, they go back and then they come now psychologically prepared. Okay, so a short safari and then with a beach extension. You know, we're looking at about 5 nights, 6 days can cover you a night in Ngorongoro Serengeti. And then you can do like 3 nights into beach in Zanzibar.
Друга думка, колеги, щодо перше відвідання Африки, якщо клієнти або ви радите клієнтам Танзанію, тобто партнери радять обирати комбінований тур, так, сафарі плюс пляж. Сафарі частина може бути коротка, так, тобто до 5 днів, 3-5 днів для короткої програми по сафарі. Third question, Zanzibar. Can you mention to me 1 or 2 hotels which will be good for couple, for family, and and tell the difference. I know you just mentioned this, but I want to highlight this to all agents who are listening now, the difference between the northern coast of Zanzibar and eastern coast of Zanzibar, because most of the agents always ask us, give us northern coast, and they don't understand the value of the western coast. So 1-2 hotel offers for couple, for family, and the difference between north and east coast of Zanzibar. And there is one more question from colleagues. I will ask you. Preston?
Okay. So you want to know the difference between the eastern, between the beaches in Zanzibar?
Yeah.
Okay, let me just refer here shortly. So, okay, fine, that's okay. So we do have Norway and Kenya in the north of Zanzibar. On the north of Zanzibar, just 1 second.
Давайте я тут трошки підсумую. Тобто, що я хочу попросити партнера, щоб він сказав, це щоб вони дали вам 1-2 готеля, які пасують для родини і для сімей на Занзібарі. І друге питання, яке я попросила, це дати різницю між північним і східним узбережжям Занзібару. Тому що ми часто бачимо, що Всі, хто пише нам щодо запитів по Занзібару, хочуть лише північ, але тому що
So I've got it here.
пляжі.
Okay, fine. So North Coast, we've got Nungwe and Kendwa.
Yeah.
Nungwe and Kendwa is very lively, social, popular with international tourists. The beach quality in the North Coast is among the best in Zanzibar.
Yeah.
Wide, powdery, white sand, minimal tidal effects. You can swim at almost any time of the day. The activities around the North Coast is snorkeling, diving, dhow, cruise, nightlife, and beach bars. Okay, and who suites around this is guests wanting to mix of relaxation, vibrant nightlife, great for couples, friends, and young travelers. Okay, the East Coast, we've got Matemwe, Kiwengwa, Pongwe, and Paje and Jambiani. It's a quieter, more and laid-back, authentic Zanzibar feel. The beach quality is stunning stretches of sand, tide, dependent swimming during low tide. The water recedes far out, perfect for long beach walks. Okay, activities here is kite surfing, especially in Paje and Jambiani. The village visits, field walks, and boutique-style resorts. And this suits majorly for couples, honeymooners, families, travelers seeking serenity or sports like kiting. South Coast, Benjua, and we got Michamwi and Dongwe. Okay, it's more remote, intimate, luxury hideaways. The beach here is a soft white sand, quiet curves, more rustic, strong tides. So swimming is often limited to certain hours. Activities here is high-end resorts, some with private beaches, snorkeling, dolphin, and watching in Kizimkazi nearby. This is an area for luxury travelers, honeymooners, and wellness retreat seekers. And then finally, we have the West Coast, Stone Town nearby, Mangapwani and Fumba. Vibe, the culture beach combo, the beach quality. Stone Town beaches are narrow and urban. Mangapwani has quite a sandy stretch. And the activities here are historical and cultural experience. And then spice tours, island, Stone Town, heritage walks. And this is good for travelers who want history and beach shorter stays or city-based excursions.
Thank you, Preston.
Okay.
One more last question, but I will ask you to be very short because we are already start to stretch the time. Question from Anna. To visit Ngorongoro to see a big five is September, October, November also best period?
Yes, it is also best period because again now we do have the Wallis. They're already moving into Tanzania back from Kenya. Yeah, for the breeding in Ndutu area and of course stretching into Ngorongoro.
Super.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Preston.
Okay.
Thank you. It was really great to have you here today and start up our Qdays. And we can talk about Tanzania much more. And we will definitely will be doing that in the coming Qdays. So there are so many topics to talk more about Tanzania. It's a great destination. And we have to go on to the next presenter. So Ruth, I see you here. Please go ahead. Preston, if you can just stop sharing your screen so I can pass it to the other presenter. Thank you, Preston.
Okay, I've stopped. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Dear Ruth,
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Dear Ruth, if you are here, please switch on your screen. We are waiting for you. Шановні колеги, також, якщо у вас виникають запитання, наприклад, там в процесі, так, ми даємо час партнерам, щоб вони висловились, і там в завершенні вже залишаємо на питання відповіді, але якщо з'являються додаткові запитання, ми їх будемо собі фіксувати, і ви можете їх залишати, і в нас ще на завершення також буде ось це питання-відповіді, які ми також зможемо проговорити. Dear Ruth, please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you, Nadia, and good morning, everyone.
Hello, Ruth. Glad to see you.
How are you? Glad
Good.
to see you too. How have you
You
been?
look great today.
Thank you, you too.
Okay. You would like to show your presentation, right? I'll make you co-host.
Yeah, I can be able to show. I have like about two. I have one sample itinerary that will cover mostly Kenya, because that is what I was told to check on. And then I have a presentation that I would want you to share. How do I share?
Yeah, now you can share because you are co-host.
Oh, I'm co-host. Just remind me on how to do that once again.
You can, in the Zoom, you have the share, the green button in the middle of your panel, like where you have share. When you press it, it will ask you what to share, and then you can choose your presentation.
Let me see, check on the more. Record, whiteboard setting.
No, down panel, where is your screen? Then down panel, audio, video, participants, chat, reaction, and share, one green button in the middle.
I am seeing chat, members, and then I'm seeing
Share.
chat.
Share.
And the, you're chatting as a guest. No, I don't want to chat.
No, not a chat.
I can't.
There should be a share button. Share button. When you press it, then you can choose your.
Anyway, I can do presentation without sharing. That's fine.
Yes, if you wish.
I can't seem to get. Yeah, I can.
You can.
Yeah, I can.
Super.
Okay. This is Brogibrotours Safaris and Events Management Limited. We are based in Kenya, Nairobi, and we are basically in Africa continent, and we are in East Africa. In East Africa, we do Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and we also extend to Rwanda for the gorillas' great trekking. We are local based in Kenya, capital city of Nairobi, and our dedication is to our customer satisfaction. We are though a medium-sized company, but we have a good number of fleet that makes our subsidiaries unequal yoked in the region. Our missions is just to do quality services to our clients in the tourism industry, promote Kenya and East Africa as a whole, and Africa, because we also extend our trips to South Africa, Uganda and Zanzibar beach resorts, and in Mombasa, beach resorts. Those are the beaches that we normally work with mainly. And in Kenya, we have quite a number of national parks. We have our main one, which is Masai Mara, which is one of the wonders of the world. We have Amboseli. We have Lake Bogoria. We have Mount Kenya. We have Nakuru. We have Samburu as well. Normally our trips you can do, I know Ukrainians love doing safari and then doing the beaches. So what we recommend for them is to do the side of Amboseli, Tsavo, and then they end up in Mombasa for the beach holiday. There's a group we had from Russia in January. I wanted to show you a picture, but now I can't share my screen. Probably I'll send it via after the presentation. We'd recommend like about 5 days safari and then about 5 days beach. That is about 4 nights each. Amboseli 2 nights, Tsavo West 1 night, Tsavo East 1 night, and then you end up in Mombasa. Mombasa, you can have 3 nights to 4 nights, depending on your availability of time. Then we have from Amboseli, from Tsavo to Mombasa, you can either go via train, which is very fast, it's about 2 hours, or you can go with a train to Mombasa and then coming back, you can either depart from Mombasa, you can get your flights direct from Mombasa, or you can still come back to Nairobi with the flight to Nairobi, and then we have like a farewell dinner, and then you can be able to depart back to Ukraine. I have a sample itinerary that will take you to Samburu, especially if you want to do farm trips. We do Samburu for 2 nights, then we do Bogoria for 1 night, we do Nakuru for 1 night, then we do Mara for 3 nights, and then from Mara you can as well proceed through Hispania to Tanzania, Serengeti, Ngorongoro, Tarangire, Lake Manyara. Then you can do a circuit of going from Lake Manyara, you can do Arusha, then you go to via Namanga border to go to Amboseli. Still from Amboseli, you can be able to go to Tsavo West, Tsavo East, and then end up again at the beach. Or if you don't have time, you can do Amboseli, then you come back to Kenya. So that is a circuit for Kenya and Tanzania. Normally, it's advisable to do Kenya and Tanzania because with 1 ticket, you can be able to combine 3 countries. I mean, 2 countries or 3 countries, including Uganda, if you have time. But if you don't have time, we recommend Kenya and Tanzania. Nairobi, Nakuru, Naivasha, Mara, Serengeti, Ngorongoro, Lake Manyara or Tarangire, and then you come to Namanga, then you do Amboseli, then you come back to Nairobi. If you have more time, you can do Amboseli, and then you extend to Mombasa, depending on your availability. This can either be via flight. We also have flights from Nairobi to Mara, Mara to Serengeti, depending on the client's pocket. We can be able to do flights so that the trip will be more faster than drive, because like Mara to Serengeti is about 4 hours drive or 4 hours and 55 minutes, depending on traffic. And all this, when we include, we have our fleet of vehicles. We have Land Cruisers, which we recommend mostly, but depending on somebody's pocket, we can either do Land Cruiser or we can do a safari tour van, which is also 4x4. We have our accommodation is normally on full board for all clients, especially at the national parks. We do either double, twin, or single rooms, depending on the client's request. We have service of English-speaking professional guide, but in case there is any language which is needed to, we can get a translator to translate whichever language that is required. Airport transfers we do on complimentary basis. And then balloon safaris, it depends if clients would want balloon safari, we can be able to organize that for them, which goes for about 430 USD per person. We have Maasai village, we have boat rides in Lake Naivasha, can be able to be organized. So all this is depending on the availability of time for the clients. So normally we just tailor-make our program. So depending on what the clients want, we'll be able to tailor-make the program to suit them. We extend our trips to Tanzania, and then we can also extend to Zanzibar, where we have our beautiful hotels, like in the northern side of Tanzania. We have the Nwingi Beach Resort, we have the Esqui Zalu Resort, Nwingi Dreams by Mantis. In the eastern coastal side, we have Karafu Beach Resort, Baraza Zanzibar, Zawadi Zanzibar, Kisiwani on the beach. These are just samples. So whatever clients want, you can be able to get for them within Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania. We also extend to Rwanda, and we also extend to South Africa. Thank you.
Super, you was very quick.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So we do conversation then.
Yeah.
Шановні колеги, бачите, сьогодні у Рут не змогла нам показати презентацію, вона буде у нас, ми поділимося з вами матеріалами, але якщо у вас виникають питання, я думаю, зараз ми трошки ще поговоримо про Кенію більш детальніше в такому питання-відповіді. Я думаю, це буде більш плідно. Будь ласка, пишіть ваші питання або піднімайте ручку. Можете англійською, можете українською, це без проблем. Я буду вашим перекладачем. Тому давайте поговоримо, щоб коли ми проговоримо певну країну, у вас було кілька таких тезисних розумінь, думок щодо напрямку, головних ключових таких осяянь, можна сказати, так? Тобто це моя задача, щоб після нашого цього тренінгу, коли в нас буде багато напрямків, у вас було кілька тез, конкретних тез, якими ви можете оперувати в своїй роботі. Okay, Ruth. So, season. And now we are focusing on your spring season, our autumn. September, October, November, Kenya.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a good time to travel? How's the weather in this time? Can you explain?
Okay, in Kenya, we have 3 main seasons. That is peak season, which starts from 15th of June to 31st of October. And the weather during July is a little bit chilly, a little bit cold, but it is not cold that can be compared to any cold within the western part of the world. So we are like an all-weather season kind of country. We don't experience very cold like winter, never, never, never. It's just a little bit cold, like let's say 13 to 17 degrees centigrade. That is 13 or 12 could be the coldest that we've ever had. And then we have what is our high season. High season is from 1st of November to 31st of March. And in January, it's a little bit quite hot because that is when we prepare for harvesting, for planting. And then low season is from 1st of April to 15th of June. This one, a little bit of rain. It is like during rainy season in April, May, it is rainy season. and that is why it is low season. And normally also because high season is just because of the migration of the wildebeest from the Masai Mara to Serengeti. But nowadays, due to ecosystem, you can even be able to experience migration starting from June. So I always recommend clients that you don't need to come during peak season when the prices are so exorbitant. You can be able to come from 15th of June, from 1st June to 15th June. You will still get the experience of the migration if that is your main aim for coming to Africa. And then you will get it and get it at a cheaper rate.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't experience winter, we don't experience rain, yes, during April, May, that is a little bit rainy, but any other day it's all weather. Like Kenya is an all weather season. East Africa actually is an all weather season. When you go to the coast side, it is humid like throughout the year. When you go to Zanzibar, it is humid like throughout the year. So that is how our peak season and the seasons are.
Mm-hmm.
Peak, high, and low.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So basically, the September, October, November can be considered peak and high season, right?
Yes, yes.
It's peak and high season. So the
November, October,
November, it's
July
already
up
high.
to October. November is peak.
November is peak.
November is high. It is not peak.
Yes.
It's a little bit lower than peak.
Yeah, but there will be slight chance of rain as well, right? Might be slight.
Yeah, slight, very minimal rain though.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Not heavy rain in November.
Yeah. Question about Nairobi, because Nairobi is a big avia hub.
Mm-hmm.
Many people arrive to Nairobi, and most, for example, we know if the flight comes afternoon, after 12 o'clock, so this is a sign for us to make overnight on the first night. So do you recommend clients to still to have this one night or last night in Nairobi to explore the African big city, to try that vibe, because it's different? Most of the people, when they think about Africa, they come for nature, but Africa is not only nature, it's also culture, it's also people, and also big cities like Nairobi. So do you recommend Nairobi to put it in the program,
Itinerary.
into itineraries? If yes, what are the 1, 2, 3 things not to miss? Okay, or experiences or things to do in Nairobi, if you recommend it, and what to do or think or what to do.
Okay, first and foremost, if your flight comes before 2 p.m., we don't need to spend a night in Nairobi. We can head to Naivasha, which is just a 1 hour, 30 minutes drive, depending on traffic. We can also head to Nakuru. You don't need to sleep in Nairobi. If your flight arrives 2 p.m., at least by, if your flight arrives at 12 noon, by 2 p.m. we'll be out of the airport and we can head straight to Naivasha or Nakuru. Nakuru is about 2 hours to 2.5 to 3 hours, depending on traffic. So we better sleep in Nakuru or Naivasha and start the trip very early in the morning, or do an early morning game drive, than spending a night in Nairobi. I recommend spending a night in Nairobi on your last day of trip. Whether you go to Mombasa, we can still come back to Nairobi to depart from Nairobi. I would recommend you get your flight jetting in Nairobi and departing from Nairobi, so that when you are in Mombasa, we will come back to Nairobi. And then when we come back to Nairobi, let's say we do an early morning flight, so that we arrive in good time to do the excursions. We have the Nairobi City Tour. Nairobi is the only city in the sun. We will do Nairobi City Tour. Nairobi City Tour will include the railway stations, will include the Nairobi Museum and the Snake Park. And we also have our museum, which is the Karen Blixen Museum, which was the movie Out of Africa. We also visit the Giraffe Center, which is adjusted to the Karen Museum, Karen Blixen Museum. We also have our Elephant Orphanage, which is David Shedrick, which those are areas you don't need to miss whatsoever. But apparently David Shedrick nowadays is booked very early in advance. So we would like the client to, if you want to visit the David Shedrick, you have to tell us in good time, so that it's normally just booked nowadays online, so that when we send our request for a group, we will not be able to miss it, because it's only happening every day at 11 a.m. in the morning, 11 to noon. It's just an 1 hour visit. So if we don't book it early, we might not get it. Those are places you cannot miss in Nairobi. In Nairobi also is the only city in, I would say, in Africa where we have national park within the city. We have our Nairobi National Park, where you can be able also to spot the big five within the city. The lions are in plenty, the elephants, the giraffes. You might not probably spot the rhino, but you'll be able to spot at least 3 out of the 5 big fives. So Nairobi National Park also is a recommendation that we do, which we can either do on the first day, or we can do it very early in the morning. If your flight is in the evening, we can do Nairobi National Park from 6 o'clock to about 11 a.m. in the morning. That is also something that you don't need to miss.
One more question here is very important, because nowadays the social media influence is very strong. For example, if something gets very popular, it's like everybody wants it. And for example, when we talk about Nairobi, first thing, everybody wants giraffe manoa, because of that picture that everywhere on the internet,
everyone would want to eat with the giraffe.
And giraffe is putting his nose in your cup of tea, and everybody wants it. In my opinion, it's exaggerated experience, and for me it's more important to see giraffe in his real environment rather than to see kind of a zoo with a giraffe trying to steal your banana on the table. But I want your attitude toward it. Do you recommend this? And how is the situation? Because I know that experience was quite difficult for booking because of the overheated interest. So what is your opinion about this? Is it really worth it, as it internet promises, or it's really something which you can skip and it's just advertisement and marketing?
Thank you for that question. Giraffe Mana is an experience on its own. Like in, I think in June, we got clients that it was in Giraffe Mana when he was about, I think, 10 years or 8 years. Then now he wanted to propose to the girlfriend, and he's gone all over the world. And the only place that he saw was very, very romantic and a place out of this world is Giraffe Mana. So my client came to propose to the wife in Kenya in Giraffe Mana. It is not really exaggerated. It is one of experience on its own, but they only have like about 15 to 23 rooms. And this one, everybody in Africa is fighting for it. Everybody in the world is fighting for it. So for you to get Giraffe Mana, it is like 2 years in advance booking. to be sure to get giraffe manna 2 years in advance booking. So instead of, because most clients nowadays don't make their decisions of travel within the 2 years, people just wake up and I want to go to Africa. So instead of going to Giraffe Manor, we can still take you to Giraffe Center, where you will experience the feeding of the giraffe. Okay? Despite the giraffe, it's not coming to your table, but you will feed the giraffe and you will have one-on-one with the giraffe within the Giraffe Center, as well as the David Shedrick, which is the elephant sanctuary. Giraffe Center is giraffe sanctuary. That is where we take care of them, the ones which are found in the wilderness, the ones which were dumped somewhere. So we bring them there, and then the way we do with the elephant orphanage. So those two experiences are also good, but Giraffe Manor is a place out of the world. That one I cannot deny. If a client would wish to experience Giraffe Manor, that will be very nice. But the prices are very, very expensive, like about 1,400 to 1,500 per day per person.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. It's very important to understand that the early booking is very
early booking for Giraffe Manor is very important.
Key to success.
Yes.
It's a key to success. Okay, let's talk a little bit more about the road to Mombasa, because me and you already have this experience because most of the time our agent think that to travel from after safari to Mombasa need to use flight, but now me and you recommend to use train, which is more convenient and take the same time. Can you tell more about this? What is the pros and cons for the flight and pros and cons for the train?
Okay, if my clients are already on safari, they've already reached Amboseli or Savo West or East, there's no need of driving 3 hours back to Nairobi, because you will take 3 hours back to Nairobi, while if you are in Savo, you can take 2 hours to reach Mombasa with the train. So I would recommend, it does not make sense to come to Nairobi and take the flight. But if the client has got, let's say, physical challenge or something, they can drive back so that they can fly. But the train is also very comfortable, especially if you get first class. You don't really need to come back to Nairobi and then to go back to Mombasa. But if you are doing this Western circuit where you are doing Masai Mara, Nakuru, Naivasha, you are not going to go to Amboseli, then we can recommend flight from Nairobi to Mombasa, direct and return. But if you're already in Amboseli or you're already in Savo, you don't need to come back, because we have very efficient train that can be able to take you shorter time. Going with the train will be the same as coming back to Nairobi, because driving back to Nairobi will take you the same time as if you're with the train. So that is wasting of time. We'd recommend you proceed with going to the beach from either Amboseli or Savo East or Savo West, depending on where you would be at that time. And then you can now come back to Nairobi with the flight, or you can depart from Mombasa back to Ukraine.
Yes, this is I think partners who are listening our conversation, I give very practical information and very sharp information that will really help you to understand the client's needs, because these are the questions how you want, how you will specify what exactly clients need. Я перейду на українську, just a second. Ми задаємо, зараз я задаю дуже практичні і дуже конкретні питання, які ми маємо, наприклад, певні уявлення щодо Кенії, щоб ви мали це розуміння, і це допоможе вам, коли ви отримуєте такий запит від туриста, то, будь ласка, щоб ви могли вже з окремими питаннями звузити і зрозуміти краще, що клієнт хоче, для того, щоб коректніше написати запит. Чим конкретніше буде запит, чим більше оцих додаткових елементів ми будемо знати, тим швидше ми сформуємо саме ту пропозицію без другої, третьої корекції, так? Для того, щоб задовольнити всі вимоги клієнта. Okay, I think one more question and then we will finish it. The last question about Mombasa. I also want to ask you to give 1-2 hotels good for stay in Mombasa for couple, 1-2 options for the clients, family stay, maybe. And the question is like this also. Now what we see in Mombasa coast is that we don't have international chains there. Most of the hotels on the Mombasa coast belong to African hotel chains or individual hotels. Is that gonna change? Maybe you as based locally there, maybe you know why it is so. Is it gonna change? Maybe the government review his strategy. Is international chains will come in the nearest soon, or any hotel opening gonna happen also? So it's a very multi-layer question, sorry. three parts of it, but I think it will be very interesting as well.
Okay, in Mombasa, we have hotels actually which are owned by foreigners, quite a number of them, like the Baobab, the House Maji Hotel. I mean, there are quite a number, but there are that are owned by the Kenyan people. But the ones that are owned by the international clients are owned by international with a Kenyan, because you cannot own a property without having a Kenyan person in it. Like now, if you want to buy a property here, being my partner, we can partner together and then we buy a property. But you cannot just come from Ukraine and purchase a property in Kenya if you don't have a Kenyan person. So we have most of the hotels in Mombasa are actually a family-based and as well as couple-based. It depends when you're a couple or when you're a family. We have like family rooms, family cottages, and we have couples rooms and all that stuff. We have quite a number of hotels, and in Mombasa we have the North Coast and the South Coast. South Coast is normally very more romantic kind of place, and they are white. The sands are quite white and good experience. Not that North Coast is bad. North Coast is equally good, but you cannot compare it with South Coast. Hotels in North Coast, we have like the White Sands, we have the Serena, we have the Traveler. We have quite a number of them. While in South Coast also we have the Baobab, we have the Maji, we have the Jacaranda, Indian Ocean. We have quite a number of them. We have the Leisure. We have quite a number of them. But in all the hotels can accommodate either family, single traveler, or couples. We just need to organize and inform the hotel. These are couples probably on honeymoon. These are couples probably just having their anniversary. It depends on why you're coming for your holiday. We can be able to organize for you depending on the reason for the holiday, the reason for the safari, so that you experience that experience. If you're coming for let's say your wedding anniversary, we will organize it to suit the wedding anniversary. by the way we welcome you, the way we take care of you when you're in the hotel. And if you're coming for, let's say, a wedding, we can also organize a wedding at the beach for any client who would want to come and get married in Africa. So that all this, it all depends. We tailor make to suit what the safari is all about.
Окей, супер. Шановні колеги, ще раз наголошую, що якщо у вас виникають запитання, будь ласка, напишіть в повідомленнях, і ми їх запитаємо. Є питання у пані Анни знову. Is this the best place to watch close hippos point near Naivasha? Or is there any other resort or place, best place to watch hippos? Is Naivasha best place for it or not? Or
Okay, in Naivasha, I would say it is the best because the hippos are actually in their own habitats in the lake. So watching them in Naivasha is one of the best experience. But remember, we also have hippo pool in Masai Mara. Okay, we have hippo pool in Amboseli. We have hippo pool in Nairobi National Park. So those are also where you can watch hippos. But in Naivasha, it is the whole lake full of hippos. So it is more experience in Naivasha than watching the hippo pool in Mara, in Amboseli, or in Nairobi National Park.
Супер. Сподіваюсь, Анно, ми відповіли на ваше питання. Все ж таки Найваша. Озера, да? Тому що гіпопотами люблять ось водичку, так? І озера – це їх місце, де їм зручно. Річки, озера – це їх місце. Окей, thanks. Okay, I think we are done. I don't see any other questions. Поки що не бачу питань додаткових. So, thank you very much for your attendance. Thank you very much for sharing your expertise. I really value, and it's really great to have you always. For me, it's always great to have you. I think we met first time like 5 years back or something, few years back when we met at WTM in London.
WTM,
and you
yes.
was so great with Kenyan clothes. I want when I come to Kenya, we will go to find my traditional
African attire.
Yes, yes, definitely. I want
No
the
problem.
one which from one of the ethnic groups. So either Masai Mara or either Mara or Samburu, I don't know, but some elements out of one of the ethnic group. And thank you very much. You're always very good in replies, very always reachable, quick on replies, and it's really big appreciation to you for that. Thank you so much. Sure.
Thank you so much, Nadia. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank you so much for our partnership. We've been in this for quite some time now, but we want to take it to the next level. I think what you are doing now is the best that can move us to the next level. And you had promised that we will do some farm trip, which I'm still waiting for, so that we can be able to have all these partners to come together and just come to experience, so that when they're going to sell, they know what they're selling. Then presentation is also good, but they will not really get to see exactly what has to be done. It is good to experience it live. So I would recommend if maybe during low season, if we could be able to have some farm trip with all these agents, so that they get to know what they are going back to sell. That will be our next stepping stone.
Yes, we definitely start organizing as from September. Це маленьке таке затравочка вам від Ruth про наші плани з нею на наступний рік, що ми плануємо зробити рекламний тур до Кенії, тому будемо тримати вас на зв'язку. Це те, що ми з нею плануємо зараз, тому я буду тримати вас в курсі. Також хочу ще раз повернутися до нашої програми. Зараз у нас 15 хвилин буде перерва на каву. Ми працюємо по єдиному лінку сьогодні і завтра, тому можете не перемикатися, а просто залишитись в онлайні, я теж так само зроблю, і невеличку перерву схопити ранкову каву. Я думаю, що сьогодні вона нам дуже потрібна після такої неспокійної ночі. І після того ми продовжимо говорити про інші африканські країни. У нас попереду Зімбабве, у нас попереду Мозамбік, у нас ще буде Руанда Уганда, тобто у нас ще багато планів сьогодні. Єдине, що у нас кінець буде, я вас попереджала про Мадагаскар, яка у нас вишенька на торті, але, скоріш за все, його не буде сьогодні в програмі. Завтра Мадагаскар буде, і я буду з вами говорити про нього. Тому, будь ласка, майте це на увазі, тобто ми завершимо трошки раніше. Ось, можливо, тут у нас будуть якісь невеликі зміни, корекції, але я вас буду повідомляти про це все. 15 хвилин на каву і повертаємось 11:15 на наступний виступ, присвячений Зімбабве. Дякую вам всім, на зв'язку, залишаємось, працюємо по цьому лінку. Thank you, Ruth.
Thank you very much.
We are making a small break now and then continue our program. It's 2 days training, so a lot of topics today to cover. So if
But
you,
I'm done, right?
yes, you are done. If you wish, you can continue to stay, but or you can continue your things in the office. I saw your reply. I will handle it now just for your reply. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. When I have time, I can always join, but I have another meeting at 12.
Yeah,
so I need to prepare for that one. Yes.
Super.
Thank you very much.
Все, колеги, до зв'язку. О 11:15 включаємось знову.
Good morning.
Did you share your PhD that you're from learning and understanding?
Good morning, Jan.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Trying to switch on my camera. There we go.
Mhm.
How are things your side?
Yeah, everything is good. Шановні колеги, ми продовжуємо. Приєднуйтесь, включайтесь. Because we had a little break now, just covered Tanzania and Kenya. Now we are ready for
Okay.
Mozambique and Zimbabwe with you.
No problem. I'll
so-
tell you as much about Zimbabwe as I can. Diane, unfortunately, won't be able to make it. We've got a group on the road that she needs to take care of. But all good. I can definitely tell you all about Mozambique.
Super. Super.
It was
I'm
actually
sure-
interesting because I was in the south of Mozambique over Easter. At one of our places there, and in the one little village in a friend of mine's beach bar, there were 2 Ukrainian groups.
Oh, really? That's good.
Yeah, I didn't obviously because of the language. I asked the guy that owns the place where they're from, and he said, "Oh, they're from Ukraine, and it was 2 family groups."
Wow. Wow, this is a good thing. Very good thing.
Yeah, no. So where do your clients originate from? From Ukraine or Ukrainians all over or all over Eastern Europe?
So far, Ukrainians, because we are based in Ukraine, so our clients are Ukrainian. But as you know, due to the war, Ukrainians now are spreading all over the Europe, even in America and other countries. So that's why sometimes we have Ukrainians coming from England, coming from all other places as well. And because of this big migration move, Ukrainians starting to discovering new countries, I guess, because now they are in different, like they are in Europe, and so everything, because Europe now is very close to them, so it's not like something wow for them anymore. So they want to look for something extra, looking for extra experiences. So that's why Africa, this is a good time to explain about Africa for Ukrainians.
Absolutely. And when I'm not, I don't really follow the news that much, but is your airspace, is that open? Can you do flights from Ukraine, or do you have to travel to a neighboring country?
Unfortunately, Ukrainian airspace is closed, so we don't have flights. All airports are closed, and this is a big challenge for us because of the war. So we have to travel to Poland or Hungary or other countries to have our flight connections with the world. The other obstacle that can also appear is that many men still are not allowed to leave the country because of the military obligations. So this is the second thing as well. This night, today, was a big air attack for whole Ukraine, and Kyiv was under a horrible attack. In Kyiv, the Serene, the alarm was on for 9 hours, and we have somehow like deaths today. So we had a quite heavy morning this today, not only in Kyiv, but in other cities as well. So it
only
doesn't
wish you
stop. Okay, but anyway, we have to wake up, and every morning, all the businesses in Ukraine have to do their job, so, as well as we do. We have our Qdays, and as you see, participants are here, and we are ready to learn more from you. So would you like to make your presentation, or you will like to talk? How you want? You want to make your speech, or we do it like conversation? How you plan to do this?
The conversation for me works easy. I'm not good with the technology.
Okay.
Well, what we will do is, after our conversation, I'm also traveling at the moment. So after our conversation, I will do a summary of everything that we talked about, and then depending on what people are interested in, we will send sample itineraries of everything that we do. As I said, we cover the Out and About started in South Africa, but the origin is in Namibia. So Frick and Diane started Avontuur in Namibia, and it's been going for 30 years. And I don't think there's many people that know either Namibia or Botswana or Zambia as well as they do. And obviously we are now based in South Africa. And we travel every year. We travel extensively December, January, to physically go and look at all the routes, everything that we do, so that we have first-hand knowledge of everything. And we also, even our booking staff, the admin staff in the office, we take them on educational, so that if your agents call the office, they understand the distances, and they don't just put something together because they think they want you happy. Obviously, that's their job, is to keep you happy, but it's got to be realistic as well. So I'm actually doing another one now for them. In last year, we did Zimbabwe, incidentally, with them. This year, so far, we've done parts of South Africa, Eastern Cape. We did northern KZN. And because we're present in so many countries, it's very easy for us to do multi-country packages as well, because we have a relationship with our operators in every single city, lodge, and we only use lodges that we've actually physically stayed at. Out and About is absolutely about keeping the clients happy. The amazing thing now, I mean, with COVID, just before COVID, access into South Africa's neighboring countries started to become easier. And then obviously things slowed down for about 2 or 3 years, especially with places like Mozambique, Uganda. Rwanda now is wide open. I see that you do sell packages for Rwanda on your website, which is amazing. I mean, it's such an incredible destination. It's one of the few that we don't do. But it's definitely on my list to go and see. So for Mozambique specifically, the airlines were all about to launch new routes into direct from, obviously via Middle East and Ethiopia, direct to Maputo and north of Maputo. Emirates unfortunately stopped their flights in November 2020. They stopped their flights, but Qatar, Ethiopian, and Etihad, they all fly to Maputo via whichever their base would be, whether it's Doha or and obviously I think Ethiopian Airways probably has the biggest reach into Africa as far as destinations go. We even now try and include a few days in Ethiopia I went there 2 years ago just to,
Mhm.
with some negotiations with the airlines, and they took us around for 2 days, and we realized that Ethiopia is an absolutely amazing destination. It's and unfortunately, no one really utilizes it because it's just, for most people, it's just a stopover. And also, the previous time that I've been to Ethiopia, the airport was absolutely horrible. It was incredibly bad. On my last trip, I was amazed. I mean, they've got, the airport's amazing, everything's amazing. And then from there to Mozambique, it's only 4.5 hours.
Mhm.
So I think if I had to go between two airlines to get to Mozambique, the quickest would be either Qatar or Ethiopia.
Mhm.
But I did now, Qatar also now, they list it as a destination, but they do a stop in Johannesburg.
Mhm.
Quick stop, and it's a little ridiculous because by the time the plane is taken off, it's got to land again. It's literally a 35-40 minute flight
Mhm.
from Johannesburg to Maputo.
Mhm. So you see that it's a good combo for Mozambique to connect it. Like, do you suggest it, and do you see it from your bookings? It's Mozambique clients prefer to use Mozambique as a complete entire stay, or they try to combine Mozambique with, for example, South Africa, like Kruger,
Yeah.
or Mozambique with Ethiopia, or something else, or it's pure Mozambique. How do you think? What is in your experience?
Mostly South Africa, Mozambique.
South Africa,
And
Mozambique. Mhm.
like you said, the other big advantage that we have now is we have our local airline, Airlink, which I'm sure you know. I think they share code with Qatar. Qatar actually owns 25% of Airlink now, so they bought into it. And with Airlink, you can, from either Cape Town or Johannesburg, you can fly to various destinations in Mozambique, obviously all the other neighboring countries as well. But the most popular combination is Cape Town, Kruger, Mozambique. Kruger, I think I have to explain the geography with Mozambique a little bit. You can basically divide it in thirds. So the bottom third is basically Maputo, where the capital is. The capital is 100 kilometers from the South African border. Then and around that area, up until Badbilankulos, would be the bottom third. That bottom third is most popular for beach holidays, all of it, island and beach holidays. The middle third is really not that geared for tourism. Most of the tourism that we see there are hunting. The top third, again, island holidays, but because of the trouble with ISIS in southern Tanzania, northern Mozambique, that's also, a lot of those lodges are not operating at the moment. They are opening again soon. The situation has been brought under control. But for now, what I would safely suggest with confidence would be the bottom third. Although Mozambique is an amazing wildlife destination, it's not known for it yet, and accessibility is a bit of a problem. In the bottom half of the top third, we've got Gorongosa Nature Game Reserve, which is gigantic, and if you could, I'll send you a link to a documentary they did on it called The Last Eden. It is absolutely incredible, but it's wild. There's only 2 camps in the entire place. It's over 1 million hectares. But what we have done now is, with a local charter company that's based in Beira, you can do, with Ethiopian, you can actually fly into Beira, and then we charter, but it's a in-sea charter, so you don't have to book the whole plane. But also it only flies on certain days. So that you would go from Beira to Gorongosa, and we normally suggest a 5 day, 4 nights, or 4 days, 3 nights, staying in 2 different camps, and it's a real wild safari. Then from there, they fly also in sea to Vilanculos. So Vilanculos is where the Bazaruto archipelago is, and that's where Bazaruto Island, Benguera, Margarook. But the 2 largest, only 2 islands with tourism destinations on them are Benguera and Bazaruto. The others are slowly developing. But Vilanculos itself is a great destination for beach holidays. It's the islands are accessible from there, and it's a lot more cost effective. The islands are obviously very expensive, but it is absolutely world class.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, all the activities related to it are there: scuba diving, deep sea fishing, kayaking, snorkeling. It's all available there.
Mm-hmm. I would like to ask you 2 questions after. Yeah, continue, and then I will ask.
And then if they want to do more than just Mozambique, from both Beira and from Vilanculos, you've got direct flights to Kruger Park now.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually it started already, but from the 5th of November, they've got more regular flights. I think at the moment it's twice a week. So we just have to plan the itineraries according to what the airline flight schedules are. And then obviously from Kruger, you can now fly direct to Cape Town. So you can end up with a 21-day package that you can do either way. We found that our clients prefer to end in Cape Town. I mean, I don't know if you've been.
Mm-hmm.
Cape Town is absolute incredible city, but it's very cosmopolitan. So for the last few days, people like to go stay in a resort hotel, do the winelands and all the other things around Cape Town. And obviously you can do it in reverse as well, where you end in the north of Mozambique, and then you can fly with again with Ethiopian. You can fly out of Beira, although I would still suggest that the best way to do it is to leave from South Africa again.
Mm-hmm. Okay, because combination of South Africa plus Mozambique is a little bit challenge for Ukrainians. Why? Because of the visa. South Africa demands visa for us, and now, yes, unfortunately, South Africa is very much connected with Russia on the BRICS package.
Mm-hmm.
So in politically wise, we are not in the priority. Even now, South Africa is launching this e-visa procedure in September. But unfortunately, Ukrainians will not be granted those things, and we still have to claim for visa. And for example, when we claim for visa, we need to book our flight, we need to book our program, and then with this confirmed full program, claim for the visa. But what if the visa will not be granted to the person? He will lose all his money. It's the first thing. Second thing is that in order to obtain the visa, we need physically ask the client to go to Poland. This is the closest place for Ukrainians to obtain the visa. So it's a lot of challenges in terms of getting South Africa visa. But the destination is just perfect. You know, that's why for me to find alternative safari path, not South Africa, but something else with a good connectivity. Even the Ethiopia, you give me a good idea now for Ethiopia with Mozambique looks good because for me Ethiopia plus Madagascar was very good combo. But for that we will talk a bit later because Madagascar we are talking tomorrow. But anyway.
Look, we've got an amazing ground operator in Ethiopia, and I'll send a mail and I'll copy you on it as well. And he does amazing work, and he He even goes into South Sudan,
Mm-hmm.
which I think in the near future is going to become, in the next 5 years, South Sudan is become a major destination. The
Wow.
wildlife there is second to none. It's unspoiled. But coming back to Mozambique, yes, we can do Mozambique as a country on its own. It's not a problem. Adding Ethiopia is, like you said, is a bonus. Unfortunately, there aren't many flights between Mozambique and Zimbabwe, Zambia, and Botswana yet. We are talking about it. Obviously, if depending on the client, we can always charter. If they can afford it, then that is the way to go. And we have a lot of clients that do it like that. Not because they can't come to South Africa. It's just because they've been here so many times before. So they focus on different areas. I think Tanzania could also work. I'll have to double check, but I think there is a flight. Yes, there is a flight from Maputo to Dar es Salaam. So you can combine
But we
that
can
as
try.
well.
We can try with Kenya. Maybe Kenyan Airways are more often for it, and this will be good because Nairobi is a huge avia hub.
Yes.
Just allow me a minute. I want to address to the colleagues. Шановні колеги, зараз ми, бачите, в такому режимі питання-відповідей розмовляємо з Яном стосовно Мозамбіку і потім перейдемо до Зімбабве. Але якщо у вас виникають питання, тому що ми говоримо про дуже такі практичні речі, поєднання напрямків. Зараз я хочу його спитати про те, що заради чого варто обирати Мозамбік, тому що це дуже ключове питання. Дуже мало все ще мають агентів має розуміння, чим привабливий цей напрямок, так? Тому я хочу поговорити зараз саме про це. Якщо у вас виникають запитання стосовно Мозамбіку, пишіть українською, англійською, будь ласка, теж реагуйте, беріть участь. Тобто це не тільки діалог двох людей, це ми всі учасники. Добре? I just want to encourage the participants also to ask the questions because I want that the conversation which we are having now, it's between not only me and you, it's all of us, all the participants plus you. So if they have questions, so I encourage them to ask you questions because it's a great opportunity to have to understand. But let's talk about the basics. Unfortunately, Mozambique yet is very unknown destination to Ukrainian agents. And believe me, this year we've done already a webinar, which is on our YouTube. In Ukrainian, I did 1 hour webinar where I explain what is the destination, what to see, blah, blah, blah. But I want you to say what are the reasons why client has to choose Mozambique. It's the first question. Second question is, for me, Mozambique far better than Maldives, in my opinion. But I want this comparison, your expertise. And here is the question from Olga. Olga is asking, Jan, can you introduce your company? Tell from which company you are and few words about the company.
So our company is out and about Africa. We are DMC. So we are a destination management company. And we don't do big groups. Our focus is smaller groups, FIT, small groups. We get a lot of generational groups. We do have a lot of incentives, but our incentives are more the high-end executives. So big companies that send their top management. In fact, at the moment, Frick, one of the owners, is busy with Porsche in Namibia. And there we're doing from They started day before yesterday, and we're running 10-day trips for Porsche until November, back to back. So that's also a product. Unfortunately, the product that we offer that's similar is in South Africa with Jeep International. So we do guided self-drive off-road trips with Jeep in South Africa, but because obviously that is a little bit difficult at the moment. We are looking at expanding that into Mozambique as well at some point. We were looking at it beginning of last year, but then Mozambique had its own set of issues. But yes, Out and About is family owned and run DMC. We've been around for, I mean, from the start in Namibia, it's now more than 30 years actually. And we just try and find new products and new combinations and new destinations all the time. So we try to keep it fresh, and we try not to do, look, you're always going to have a customer that's got a bucket list. And we, even when we do a bucket list trip, if Mozambique should be on everyone's bucket list, like Victoria Falls or Cape Town and Table Mountain and the Namib Desert. Mozambique is definitely way up there. The amazing thing about Mozambique is because it's been so isolated for so long, it is still pristine. But at the same time, a city like Maputo is rich in culture and different cultures. And the incredible thing about that city is it's got so many different religions. And I think probably over 50% of the population is Muslim, but you don't know it. It's not an issue like everywhere else. People just get along and get on with it. And then obviously the beaches in Mozambique are just, like you said, I wouldn't even compare Maldives. Our only problem up until now has been accessibility for Mozambique. But yes, that's basically what Out and About is. And it's all in the name. We're out and about. So always looking for a new adventure.
Тож, Ян представляє компанію, приймаючу компанію Out of Africa. Я сподіваюся, що відповіли вам на ваше питання, Ольга. І щодо того причини, чому треба приїжджати в Мозамбік, да, це те, що його локація. По суті, у них більше ніж 2000 кілометрів пляжів. І це неймовірні пляжі, тобто це одна з головних їх принад. Так, не єдина, зараз ми ще поговоримо про причини, але ось ця пляжна складова, це дуже серйозно. So the incredible exclusivity, reason for Mozambique exclusivity, unbelievable nature and coastal line of more than 2,000 kilometers, I guess. Yeah, it's very, very long. Yeah, almost 3,000.
Yeah, very long.
Yeah.
That's more. It's I think from way in the south to the Tanzanian border is just under 3,000 kilometers. So
yes, it's a huge one. So let's talk about, now we want to focus the agents on the coming months, September, October, November. So what is what are the climate, what is the season now for these months in Mozambique? So is it good one? How is the swimming? Because I keep on reminding also that that Mozambique is also one of the locations good for tropical winter. It's a time for whales. And the sea life there is just wow, it's amazing. So you have to come there to do your diving, snorkeling, all these water activities. So how's the autumn for us and spring for you season in Mozambique? Can you tell more about this?
So the weather in Mozambique is great all year round. In summer, obviously, it gets very hot. And you're looking at temperatures of 30 degrees plus. Sometimes it can go over 40. Winter is probably the best time to be there, or the Mozambican winter, which is starting April, ending now. Now we're going into spring. For the whale watching, that has started already. That normally starts around the end of July, beginning of August. And we've had whales up until end of November, but a lot of whales, not just one or two. The latest I've ever seen them was first week in December, about 2 years ago. So there is a bit of a change in how long they stay, but the prime time for them for whale watching is August, September, October, definitely. Then from the last week in October, then we start getting the turtle nesting season as well. And there's a huge area just south of Maputo. That's a protected area, and the coastline is probably about 120 kilometers. That stretches all the way down to the South African border. That's under protection. So the nesting season starts last week in October, and it goes through to March. The golden time for that would be so October, November, beginning December until middle January, actually February, because then you have a time where you get both the nesting and the hatching, which is very, very rare because the nesting season is so long. So the first hatchlings start coming in third week, fourth week of November, and then obviously they keep hatching all the way through to March. The last nesting is around mid-January, and then the last hatchings, like I said, is in March. So you've got that, and if you're there in October, then you still have the opportunity to see the whales. But as far as the snorkeling and diving goes, that's all year round. So the whales you're going to see. The turtles, you never know. So they're not on a timetable. But on that southern strip, we have many turtle monitoring programs where we're in touch with the rangers all the time. So the nesting is difficult. You're lucky if you see it. The hatching is more predictable because the nests are marked, and then we can determine, we know more or less what the gestation is, and to protect them, we have people patrolling the beach all the time. So we within 2 or 3 days, we know when they're going to hatch. They hatch most of the time only at night. Even the nesting, but the nesting I've seen in the mornings, in the afternoons, but also mostly at night. But then the guys would call you, if that is what they're traveling for, then we take special care to focus on that. If they're there for the best beach holiday ever, and then the turtles would be incidental, because we would not be spending the efforts and the funds on the monitors to keep us posted all the time. But I mean, that's very much a niche market, the turtle thing. Although there's a lot of people coming for it. I mean, it's a lot of volunteers coming and trying to help. But if it's not a holiday activity as so much. So we do see them. You're lucky. The whales will be there. You don't have to go on a boat to see the whales. I think I sat on our one lodge's veranda one day, and if you look in any direction for 2 minutes, you'll see whales. It's in that window. It's just incredible. We only get the humpbacks in Mozambique, though, where on the more south on the South African coast, you get both humpbacks and southern rights.
Okay. So the season September, October, November will be perfect to visit, right? Це важливий нюанс, колеги. Ми говоримо зараз про сезонність Мозамбіка. чи наші осінні місяці чудовий період для відвідання. Наступне питання, яке я хочу трошки проговорити. Next, it's about the hotels. Yeah?
Yes.
So, how's the hotel chains? Because we don't have their Four Seasons, Hilton, or whatever. So, maybe hotels which you recommend for stay, and how's the situation? Because for me, Mozambique accommodation is more like villa style with all-inclusive and all activities packages. It's really like fully inclusive ones, and you can do whatever you want, and you will be like pumped like a king. So can you talk about more? And is there any more budget accommodation? Like if the people don't want to spend like thousands, but want to be modest with their budget, is there any options for that? In terms of the beach holidays, beach, no?
Yes. So on the beach holidays, it ranges everything from I would say $100 a day, and then you can go all the way up to $1,500, $2,000 a day. It all depends on the luxury level. But like you mentioned, it is mostly smaller lodges, 8 rooms, 10 rooms. They go up to, some of them go up to 20, 25 rooms, but all very, very private, very exclusive. In Maputo itself, my favorite hotel is Southern Sun. It's not the most expensive, but I like the location the best because you can walk to a lot of places from there. There are many restaurants in the area. Just down the road, you've got Radisson in Maputo, and then the most famous hotel in Maputo would be the Polana. It is a beautiful colonial hotel, and it is more expensive. But if I had to choose between, and I stay at either of them for free when I go there. I'm very good friends with both the general managers. But if I had to choose, I stay at Southern Sun. So it's convenient. It's also the only hotel in Maputo itself that's right on the beach. And it's big. You know, it's
What's the name again? Can you repeat the name again?
Southern Sun.
Southern Sun. Okay.
But I'll like I said, when we finish, I'll do a summary and I'll send you a link to all the as well. And also, I get the same service from Radisson as well. But Radisson is like a Radisson anyway. It's clinical, it's sterile. You feel like you're going on business, if you know what I mean. Where Southern has got that perfect combination. The staff are friendly. The food is overpriced, but don't tell them I said that. The food is good, but you don't. That's the other thing I like about Southern Sun is on either side of it. There's these little beach restaurants, Sagres and Zambi, that you can go from very nice Mozambican style food to very expensive fine dining style Mozambican food at Zambi. So you've got so many choices and little bars, and there's even a beach club called South Beach down the road. I don't like that; it's too busy for me. But you know, people do like that. So it's not like they keep telling me it's not about me; it's about the clients. So, and then traveling out of Maputo, it's actually interesting because a while ago I had to do a 12-day trip for a family that flew into Maputo. They did a 2-night trip to Kruger Park from Maputo. So they drove to Kruger with a shuttle. It took them 3 hours to get there. They stayed there 2 nights and came back. But they wanted to spend more time in Maputo. And when I started doing their daily itineraries, I ended up with 4 nights there. That's how much there is to do. If you like the culture and you like and remember, there's a lot of, I mean, there's so many influences. You've got the Portuguese influence and obviously the African influence, South African influence, the Muslim influence, so all the architecture and everything. It's such a blend, and you'll go into a very upmarket neighborhood where there's a shack next to a $5 million mansion. It's such a mixed society. And like I said, friendly people. It is a safe city. And then from Maputo, you can, if you want to do the island thing, daily flights to Vilanculos, Inhambane, Beira, Pemba. Again, like I said, for Inhambane would be a more mid-range clientele, stunning beaches, beautiful, but the accommodation is not way up there. I would say you go from 2-star to lower 4-star for Inhambane. With Vilanculos, you can go from 3-star all the way to 5-star plus. Vilanculos and the islands, but you can instead of going to the islands, because also what you have to keep in mind is the access from Vilanculos to the islands is either by boat or by helicopter. Bazaruta, you can do fixed wing as well, but you're looking at between $200 and $300 per person on a transfer. Where obviously there is the boat option, and the boat you pay for the boat, which is on average about $400 for the transfer. But then the boat can take up to 6 people or 8 people or whatever. Our clients in general, when we do Vilanculos in the island area, they do a combination of the two because the boat trip is nice. It's just we have to kind of get to know the client a little bit. So if your agents can ask them when they do, ask them as many questions as possible, because some of them would be happy to arrive in Vilanculos airport, go to the harbor and take a boat. Other ones are tired from the flight and they just want to get to the destination. And then we do the helicopter or the fixed wing, where we just fly them across. But also keep in mind, these flights are really short. It's 10 minutes, 15 minutes max to any of the islands or the peninsulas that you want to go to. The boat rides also depends on tides and weather. So on high tide, you can get to from Vilanculos to Bazaruto in 25 minutes or 30 minutes by boat. On low tide, it takes almost an hour 45 minutes because they have to follow the channels. But because the water is so crystal clear and it is a beautiful trip, and you see so much on the way, dolphins and turtles. Even if it's not turtle season, the turtles are always there. They're always there. The dolphins are always there. And then obviously the dugong. That Vilanculos area is well known for dugong and manatees, which you spot. It's an amazing area. The other option is to go south, and this you can do by road. There's the Maputo Elephant Reserve, which is actually underutilized very much, but mostly because of accessibility again, because you need to do 4x4. To get to the beach villas or the beach resort, you have to go by 4x4. There is an area on the northern side of the peninsula called Santa Maria. So Santa Maria you can access by boat, which is about again, it depends on tides, but I mean, I've done it in 20 minutes, and other days it takes an hour and 40 minutes. And then so you don't have to go to the north of Mozambique because the Elephant Reserve is 150,000 hectares, more or less. It's elephant, buffalo, hippo, crocodile, lots of antelope, zebra, you name it. And the drive there, I actually love it. It's from to get to any of the lodges that you have to go through the reserve. The first 80 kilometers is tar, and after that you're looking at between 50 and 70 kilometers on off-road. So you have to go in a Jeep, but it is stunning. It's a game drive. So but again, I recommend to guests if they come to Maputo, stay 2 nights at least, and you can stay more. because then at least you've now done anything from 15 to 24 hours of travel to get to Maputo. Then take 2 days, relax in Maputo, enjoy the city, and then that driving trip to the beach resorts is actually a great adventure. You don't want to do that on the same day that you arrive. And as far as I remember, most of the international flights arrive early in the morning anyway. So you can, and that's another thing with Southern Sun. They're very accommodating with early check-ins. If they have a housekeeping issue, they will store your luggage until your room is ready and take it up for you. But if the rooms are ready, they check you in, they take care of you, and go and have a rest. It's got a stunning swimming pool.
Okay.
I'll send you lots of links. The elephant reserve in that area is really, really, really underutilized. So you've got options again from private villa where you get looked after, personal chef, personal everything, to more affordable resorts. But that's and I actually like those better because they've got a little beach bar, and there's you feel like you're on holiday. There's a holiday atmosphere. Where if you're in the villa, if you want privacy and remoteness, do the villa. I mean, I used to have a villa on that beach, and I could walk from our villa to Santa Maria on the beach for 7 kilometers without seeing another person, not even locals. It's just those beaches are absolutely incredible. If you want something more lively and fun, then right at the southern end is Ponta de Oro. That does not have really upmarket accommodation. You have to travel about 10 kilometers outside of Ponta but it's all villas. Some of them, all of them we can do fully inclusive as well. There are so many options.
Yeah.
But the elephant reserves gives you the opportunity to offer the safari experience, a small safari experience together with an amazing beach holiday.
I want to just make a little stops just to reconnect with the participants, and we have a question, and I also give you some guidelines which topics I would like to talk. So it will be like then we can combine it in a good conversation, in a good very practical training, plus with all the information you will send to me. So it will be like, wow, big bagage of knowledge, you know? So it will be wow. Ольга, бачу ваше питання. Які місця варто відвідати для першого знайомства з Мозамбіком, must have для першого візиту? Зараз я задам це питання, але також зверніть увагу, що я даю певні запитання, і я хочу це все підзібрати, і потім ви зрозумієте, чого. А ще в додаток до вашого питання, цього року я записала дуже класний вебінар, десь на годину, є в нашому YouTube-каналі, також Тревел Дизайнер на каналі, я вам дам потім посилання, ви зможете його прослухати і зрозуміти цю базу, там з картою, де що розташовано, і це теж вам допоможе сформувати ось це перше уявлення. І якщо ви, наприклад, там дозамовите у нас ці записи всього цього тренінгу, і потім ще раз переслухаєте ось цю тему, яку ми зараз говоримо, тобто той матеріал, який ви послухаєте на відкритий на YouTube, наш вебінар, плюс те, що ми зараз проговорюємо з Яном, поєднаєте, і це буде вже така хороша база для вас, розуміння Мозамбіку, таке вже більше значно просунуті, ви будете попереду, ніж інші агенти, які не пройшли цього навчання, не знають так глибоко. Okay? There is a question from our participant. from our colleague Olga. She's asking which are the places you should visit for Mozambique, like must have for the first visit. But I want to like summarize. I want to actually to put this question at the end, because now I'm gonna move you to the some points, and then it will be very logic that we will combine this all, answering Olga's question. Because my next question, now you already jumped into the some parts which I wanted to ask you, but that's good. It's good.
Sorry.
It's a conversation, because my next thing, I wanted you to give us understanding what is the minimum or average nights of stay in Mozambique. As we understand, Maputo 2 nights plus beach vacation probably another 7-8 nights, total 10 nights stay would be a good for the first time, right? Am I correct?
Yes. You can probably go 8 days, 7 nights, 10 days, 9 nights.
And
Especially
next question, just so we will understand, like 7 to 10 nights will be average, right? Plus the second question, Maputo, because as for me, it's very interesting location. The whole country is very interesting because it was the colony of Portugal. So there is a special vibe, a special atmosphere inside Maputo and in the country. So I want to talk more about Maputo and about security as well, because we heard in the news about some political disturbances from time to time. So I want you to here to highlight Maputo. What is so special about it? So, give your understanding of this atmosphere. What places would you recommend, or maybe which experiences, which food maybe, because it's also a very foodie place. What you recommend, and also talk about security.
I'll start with security. The political unrest is not a recurring thing. It is the last 2 times that it happened, it's always around elections. Last time in October, we had October, November, December was horrible. So with a lot of mass action, but it's not full on civil unrest. There was a few days where it got really bad, but then it gets under control very quickly, and now everything is back to normal. And I can promise you, in 5 years from now, it's going to repeat with the next election. Although I personally believe it's going to be better because there's a much bigger opposition in Mozambique now. So where it was literally a one-party country with a very socialist, communist outlook, but it's moving away from that, and it is. I mean, I've been in and out of Mozambique now for over 30 years. It really is. I feel safe there. As far as the city and personal security is concerned, all year round, I think it's like any other city in the world. There are places that you avoid, and just guests must be aware. So and you can see. I mean, it's no matter where you go, you know when you're not supposed to go into a specific area. And the tourist areas along the beachfront are all, I mean, it's well policed. This what do you call it? Civil police. I'm not sure exactly what the word for it is. It's like the municipal police. They're there to look after people's safety. There's honestly no big issues at all. But it also pays not to be stupid. food, my favorite subject. So Mozambique, I actually just finished a thing about the Portuguese spice routes. And if you're interested, I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
Because the Portuguese probably have influence on food for probably 90% of the planet, purely because of the spice routes. So Mozambique was, I can't say discovered, because the Arabs have been coming there way before anyone. The Indians have been coming to the east coast of Africa for hundreds of years before the Portuguese came around Cape Point. So the first guy that landed there was Vasco da Gama.
Mhm.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, Bartolomeu Dias was the first guy to pass, and then Vasco da Gama really opened the route all the way up to the Swiss Channel, what is now the Swiss Channel. So, and with them, they brought spices from all over the world. So a lot of the Portuguese traditional food, I don't know if you've been to Portugal, but the food's not great. Food is very bland, which is amazing, because how we feel about Portuguese food is spicy and flavorful and fun. Not in Portugal, only outside of Portugal. So the colonies have basically taken the basic traditional dishes and made them their own. And Mozambique is especially famous for chicken.
Mhm.
But obviously the seafood is what everyone talks about. I mean, the abundance is just incredible. And one of the things that I do when I do an itinerary for people, for Maputo specifically, there's a fresh fish market, and right next to the market there's a whole series of what they call barracas.
Так, у нас щось сталося. Кудись пропав Ян. Так, щось можливо з інтернетом. Шановні колеги, якщо виникають запитання, ми так глибоко занурились до Мозамбіку, але я думаю, що ми потихеньку будемо вже виходити з теми і переходити на Зімбабве, тому що Зімбабве я б теж хотіла проговорити. Цей напрямок також є теж дуже цікавим і дуже важливим. Зараз перевірю нашу програму, що у нас там з часом, щоб ми...
Hello?
Yes, hello. I
Hi,
think
sorry.
it was with a connection, yeah.
Yeah, no, I lost Wi-Fi. I don't know why.
Mm-hmm. I'm just checking how's our time, because we also have to talk about Zimbabwe. So after this question, I think we will slightly move on to Zimbabwe, even though it's not the whole question about Mozambique, but we need to keep something for the next time, so it's fine.
No problem. I think I pretty much covered Maputo city.
Yeah.
And again,
I don't see you.
I don't know where you lost me.
Try to check your camera. I don't see you anymore. Now I see.
There we go. So as far as food's concerned, you've got the informal markets, you've got that fish market where you go and choose your seafood, and they've got everything: clams, oysters, mussels, crayfish, prawns, all kinds of fish, octopus, calamari. And then they take you next door to their favorite place, and they cook everything on open fire with the traditional side dishes, which would be rice, beans, but you get the fries and everything else with it as well. And obviously they serve beer and wine and everything, and it's an amazing experience. And at the same time, you can go to a very upmarket restaurant and enjoy the same food for 5 times the price, but prepared beautifully. It's seafood, chicken, a must. Mozambique is not known for beef. The only you get very high quality but you go there for the seafood. If you don't eat seafood, obviously there are always alternatives, but there's definitely something for everyone.
Okay, super. I think we will, відповідаючи на питання пані Олі, що важливо побачити, так? Ми сьогодні не проговоримо все про Мозамбік, тому що це величезний напрямок, і я ж кажу, що він ще дуже-дуже мало відомий, але неймовірно цікавий. Але ми сьогодні проговорили дуже багато і про сезонність, і про безпеку, і про Мапуто, і багато всього, так? Я ще буду підсумовувати нашу сьогоднішню зустріч. До питання пані Олі. Це десь 7-10 днів перший візит в Мозамбік. Це може бути тільки Мозамбік або Мозамбік в комбінації з Південною Африкою, що така класика, але класно комбінується з Ефіопією. І це відвідання столиці Мапуто, про яку ми ось зараз говорили, так? Тому що це неймовірне місце, таке вайбове місце з португальським фльором, бо колонія, і спеції, так? Тому що португальці – ті, хто почали привозити спеції в Європу, одні з перших. Це неймовірні пляжі, якість узбережжя, це дуже приватність, тому що це кілометри, сотні кілометрів пляжу, де тільки ви і пляж, неймовірної краси, морський світ. Це вже є також і національні парки. Ми сьогодні не говорили про Горонґозу, але це також один із національних парків. Про нього є мова в вебінарі. Це теж окреме, дуже класне місце. Я думаю, що ми про нього ще будемо говорити на наших дводенних тренінгах. Тому ось це такі головні локації, які вам слід брати до уваги. Тобто ось поєднання такого вайбу Мапуто і пляжу. Да? Це така класика, це те, що must do, must see в перший візит. І давайте трошки поговоримо про Зімбабве. У нас залишається десь півгодинки, щоб ми проговорили ще Зімбабве. Це теж величезний напрямок. Я думаю, що теж буде вам цікаво. So, Jan, now we are switching off to Zimbabwe, a little bit changing, because Mozambique is, as I said, it's huge and so many things to discuss. So, but it's good also to talk about Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe is also a great country, before known as a British colony. Zambia, yes. Zimbabwe was a big Rhodesia district. Absolutely different atmosphere because here is no ocean. So it's definitely all about safari, and with a gem of it, Victoria Falls.
Yes.
So, what are the first things to do in Zimbabwe? Why people have to choose Zimbabwe? Explain, like very simple, like 1, 2, 3.
Straightforward, Victoria Falls. I mean, it is the hub for tourism in Zimbabwe. The game reserves are starting to open up further north, like Wangi. Lots of very nice upmarket private safari lodges. The national reserves are not great as far as accommodation standards are concerned. Roads are still, the infrastructure is still, it is improving, it's getting better and better, but Victoria Falls is your definite go-to. And within a short distance from Victoria Falls, you can either do the safari on the river, or you can go to one of the nearby parks, but Vic Falls as your base. Zambia has, on the other side, has got a lot more safari infrastructure that's well looked after and maintained, but that's something different. What I like, I was thinking about this now, because South Africa is a problem. Namibia, a combination between Namibia and Vic Falls is also now possible because you now have daily flights from Windhoek to Victoria Falls, direct to the falls. So it's a great add-on. At the moment, unless you go on a private safari, I don't really see Big Falls as more than a 5-day, 4-night excursion. It's you can do 2 or 3 days where you go morning or full day open vehicle safaris. A day at you go to the falls itself. You've seen it, and you can enjoy it. And then obviously the cruises up the river are a must, definitely a must, because the game viewing on the river is very special and very different because you are a lot less intrusive for the wildlife if you're on the water than when you're in a safari vehicle.
Let's talk about the season. So September, October, November. How is the situation there?
It's a good time. From October, it gets very, very, very hot as well. The difference in the heat from Mozambique, because we've got the same season, is that Zimbabwe is a much more drier heat, where Mozambique is way more humid. So on the Indian Ocean side, but it's tropical. You get beautiful thunderstorms in the afternoon. November, I'll have to. That's when you get the big thunderstorms and when the rainy season starts. Whereas I think probably the best time of the year to go there is their winter as well, which would be April, May, June, July, August.
Yeah, but we want to understand that sometimes September, our summer and tropical winter, usually clients from Europe, including Ukrainians, do not think about Africa too much because at that time they have a closer beach vacation around Europe. So they are focusing on Europe. And when winter comes, they start to look around. Okay, what else? What is warm? What is nice? And then, but I also want to highlight that this mid-season, spring or autumn seasonality is also good chances to experience Africa. In terms of weather, in terms of safaris, it's also good. What do you think?
Well, I think the best time would be up until October. End of October, beginning November, definitely. After that, it does get really hot. But it's my idea of hot and people that come from a really cold country is two completely different things. So for me, a 30-degree or 35-degree day is normal. For someone that comes from a very cold winter, it can be excessive. But again, the operators are getting more and more geared for it. So especially Zimbabwe, Botswana, Zambia, you get the closed safari vehicles. It's air conditioned, so you can come all through the winter. It's great to visit.
Let's talk about also security and infrastructure in Zimbabwe. What is your opinion? Usually, I do not recommend either Zambia, Zimbabwe as a self-drive, like we have it in Namibia or South Africa. Do you recommend the self-drive? How's the security and how's the roads? Because these countries have a little bit different infrastructure than, for example, Garden Route.
Yeah, this would be a question that Diane or Frick could answer a lot better. But based on when they came back from Zimbabwe the last time, they were in the right kind of vehicle. So if you have the right vehicle, it's not a problem. Safety, I don't see any issues except after dark, and then at night, it's not so much criminal activity as it's just people on the road, animals on the road. So avoid driving at night. The roads are fairly straightforward when you stay on the main routes. The road conditions are average. You cannot even compare. You can't compare it to the road conditions in South Africa. When you go off road again, if you're in the right type of vehicle, then not a problem at all. We would, however, suggest that we rather do guided self-drives if they want to do self-drives, which is something that we do offer. So we make all the arrangements, and then we do up to a maximum of 6 vehicles on safari, and then you would have one of our team in the lead vehicle and one in the last vehicle. If it's just 2 vehicles, we don't need someone to or 3 vehicles, and it's fine. You just need one guide, one driver guide, and that person would also be like a fixer, help you to avoid situations. If there's roadblocks, they can deal with it. And I'm not going to lie, it happens. And a lot of the time, the roadblock is there for that traffic officer to earn some extra money.
Okay, I see.
So, yeah. So.
Okay.
But as far as personal safety is concerned, things happen, but it is safe.
I also, when I think, especially on in terms of comparisons, Zambia, Zimbabwe, for me, Zimbabwe is more open in terms of holiday for family. For example, you can do good combination of several days in Victoria Falls plus Hwangwe National Park. It's a good combination. Usually people will not go much to Bulawayo, even though I think it's very interesting region for me. Because I love history, and for them it's very historical. For me, it would be interesting, but I don't see it's very much often. But like Hwange and Victoria Falls is a good combo, and in Hwange you have quite a lot of lodges and hotels, even quite a bigger one, which is good to accommodate for families, because there is no minimum stay, there is no closing dates. Like in Zambia, we know that some lodges are not operating in June, February, but in Hwange there are some hotels that work all year round. So this is good for couples or for family stay. What do you think?
I agree, absolutely. It's they don't have the same issues because a lot of Zambia is areas that are closed is because it's flooded, and it's accessibility more than anything else. You have the same issue in parts of the Okavango Delta as well, where those places are not operating during the wet season. We have the same in the north of Mozambique, in Gorongosa. Gorongosa is also seasonal. That's something I forgot to mention earlier. But if you look at it, it's all on the same belt. If you go across the continent, they're all on the same belt. They've got the same rain season, the same river systems pretty much. So you're going to have to, but you're absolutely right. With Wangi is open all year round, and it is a great family combination with Victoria Falls. And as far as accessibility is, I'm not 100% sure how the flights work into Harare, except through South Africa. But I do know that the access from Namibia is very easy, and I think it's also daily. But I'll confirm that. But what I'll do, I'll ask Diane, because when they just did Wangi a few months ago, and we put together a few packages for. I'm not sure if it was family groups, but it was small groups. I'll ask her to put together a few of those examples for me, and I'll send that through to you so you can have a look and also see what the pricing is.
Okay, super. Шановні колеги, якщо у вас виникають запитання, зараз ми говоримо про Зімбабве, про сафарі, про водоспад Вікторія, про Хванге, який, як підтвердив Ян, це хороша комбінація для сімейного відпочинку, так? І це буде виключно сафарі, тобто це ось таке занурення в сафарі. Звісно, ми можемо його комбінувати з іншою країною, наприклад, там навіть з тими ж островами, але ця країна Зімбабве не має виходу до океану, тобто це буде виключно водоспад, який точно є серед топ-локацій в Африці, які варто відвідати. І Хванге ми поговорили про стан доріг, ми поговорили про можливість розміщення, так? Тобто такі головні моменти про сезонність, все це ми проговорюємо. Але якщо у вас виникають питання, конкретні питання, можливо, якісь готелі, можливо, ще щось, будь ласка, запитуйте. Ми вже потрошку завершуємо цей ефір. Він такий виявився довгий, тому що ми говоримо про 2 дестинації. Якщо у вас виникають питання, будь ласка, ви мені про це пишіть. Далі у нас в програмі ще хочу сказати, зараз у нас невеличкий буде виступ від Олі, у нас там невеликі ротації по програмі, і у нас буде така годинна обідня перерва. Будете там і обідати, і передихати, бо я знаю, це багато інформації, і в пошту зазирати, як і я. Ось, тому, а далі у нас там ще хороші виступи сьогодні, це ще не кінець. Прошу, будь ласка, пишіть мені. Sorry for this, because I just want to make sure that there is no question, because we are going to end up your conversation. I know it was quite a long one, but I think we already talked a lot of questions, a lot of interesting information, very practical, very like insider information, which is like for those who want to be deep in Africa, it's like wow, like super material which they will not get anywhere else.
Right. Listen, but you've got my all my contact details, even on
Yes.
WhatsApp. If anyone has any questions, they're more than welcome to send me a
Yes.
message, and I will reply
Yeah.
with as much information as I possibly can.
Yes, because I know it's a lot of information, so that's what I told the colleagues, that if you have questions, they know that they can ask questions even after tomorrow. Let's say they understood that, forgot, we will be replying, да? Якщо завтра навіть прийшло до вас питання щодо там Зімбабве чи будь-яких тем, яких ми торкались сьогодні, але ви не отримали свої відповіді, ви там зрозуміли, що чогось ви не зрозуміли, або виникло питання, ви завтра, сьогодні пишіть, навіть після закінчення там наших викладів, так, ми передамо цю інформацію всім нашим спікерам, і вони дадуть відповідь. Ми потім напишемо це в нашому каналі, в нашому чаті, ці питання, ми їх ще раз проговоримо, так що така ось буде вам підтримка. Okay. I think it's quite good, because I know that you will send me a lot of information, and we will put all this information for participants, so will be a lot of them to digest. I know it needs to take time, because we use a lot of names, Maputo, Vilanculas, Hwange. People maybe think, what is this? First time we heard about Zimbabwe, and now we have lots of unknown questions for us, unknown terms. We even don't understand what is going on. So I think it's a good that we will stop here, because for Zimbabwe, as we already did the webinar also for 1 hour. This year I did the 1 hour webinar in Ukrainian with the basics, like the location of the country and all this. So I think together with the information we spoke today, it will be a good combination for them to understand and to be in deeper.
Perfect. Look, and if you want at some point talk to Frick and Diane about Botswana, Namibia, Zambia, and Diane and Frick can also definitely help you a lot more with Zimbabwe.
Yes, because
We can definitely book that for a future time. Not a problem. Anytime.
Because Qdays we do every quarter, every 3 months we will be doing this training. It's 2 days training. So I'm happy to invite Diana on the next one. We can talk about Namibia, we can talk about South Africa, or destination you wish to talk to, because sometimes the partners from abroad, they think that if one time they talk, they will get hundreds of requests at the same time. It doesn't work this way. You need to talk about this on and on for years.
No,
and after that, it will
we definitely, and I mean, not just Ukraine. I mean, we noticed a lot of new interest now from Latvia, Poland, Hungary, and I think it's exactly what you said. They now, for the last 10, 15 years, they've been traveling in Europe, and now they're only starting to look outside, and we're very keen to look at emerging markets rather than sticking to our traditional markets, is obviously as Germany, UK, US, but we'd like to get into the Polish, Ukrainian, Georgian, Latvian. Unfortunately, all those countries have the same issue. I have friends from Latvia that live here, and their family have to get visas to come to South Africa, which is ridiculous. It's but we will keep that in mind when I discuss this with Diane this evening. We'll keep the visa issue in mind and see what alternatives we can come up with for Southern African countries, excluding South Africa, with possible combinations with Ethiopia. I think Ethiopia would be an amazing way to connect everything because of the reach that Ethiopian Airlines has, and also Kenya.
Yeah, it's very strong air hubs for us to consider. It's true.
Perfect. Perfect.
Yeah, and keep in mind that now a lot of Ukrainians are based in Poland, in Latvia, in Lithuanian, in Germany now. So sometimes you might see people are coming from Germany, but they are Ukrainian passport holders because of the migration, because of the war. So now Ukrainians might be coming from other countries as well. So you can also trace this in your bookings.
Perfect.
Що, шановні колеги, я сподіваюся, поки що ми тут завершуємо. І зараз робимо наступний виступ. Зімбабве. Потрібна довідка на щеплення від жовтої лихоманки. Питання від... last question from Tatiana. She's asking for Zimbabwe if we need a yellow fever certificate.
No.
As far as I know, no.
No.
For me too.
As far as I know, no, we don't.
Не потрібно, і я, наскільки знаю, не маємо, але якщо ви поєднуєте кілька країн, наприклад, це те, що я планую вам також повідомляти в нашому завершенні теж, не всі країни класно комбінувати, тому що тоді виникає ось ця потреба в сертифікаті про жовту лихоманку. Нагадую, що сертифікат про жовту лихоманку можна робити в клініках України, зокрема, там, в Києві можна робити, Олександрівська державна лікарня, можна зробити цей сертифікат, і він робиться раз на життя. Якщо раніше ми робили раз на 10 років, то зараз раз на життя цей сертифікат, він у вас є, і дозволяє вам подорожувати не тільки в африканські країни, а деякі і країни Південної Америки. Тобто, якщо ви або ваші туристи такі активні мандрівники, то про це теж є сенс її робити. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We leave you. We leave you and we switch to a next topic. And thank you so much for so much time you explain. It's really
Anytime.
big value for us. You see how many people eager to learn about Africa, about to be an expert in Africa. So we keep on promoting Africa, promoting all the destinations. We really wish that more Ukrainians open Africa for their travel.
I think I'll speak to Ethiopian Airways and see if we can get a fam trip going for next year sometime.
That's
For Mozambique specifically.
okay. Okay.
Perfect.
So you keep me in touch for that.
I will.
you.
Thanks very much.
Bye
Keep well. Ciao, ciao.
Так, дякую за сердечки, дякую. Колеги, я розумію, що багато інформації, але такий у нас формат. Ну що, у нас 4 хвилини залишається до виступу від Олі. Як я сказала, у нас трошки невеличкі зміни, але вони, як мені здається, на краще. Що у нас змінилось? У нас зараз буде... Ні, у нас зараз не Оля буде. Зараз, секунду, я вам скажу. Зараз у нас Намібія, так? Зараз у нас виступ по Намібії буде. За 3 хвилиночки. У нас буде представник компанії Gondwana, Emile, і він нам розповість якийсь неймовірний вау-продукт. Це нова програма. Я вже маю цю таку інсайдерську інформацію, тому вам такий спойлери закидаю, щоб вам було цікаво теж. Вони розробили новий унікальний маршрут на сафарі, тобто це такі переїзди сафарі. Вони вам покажуть відео, я сподіваюся, що у нас там все спрацює. І Еміль презентує цю програму, це прям новинка, яку вони тільки ось нещодавно запускають. Тому дуже, дуже класний продукт, як на мене, це такий унікальний продукт, так? Тобто це, в принципі, все, що ми сьогодні проговорюємо, це абсолютно не масовий продукт, це унікальні подорожі, але це вау, це те, що може вразити ваших досвідчених туристів, ваших вже туристів, які багато подорожують, хочуть якихось вау-моментів, то Африка – це прям джерело таких моментів. Так? Тобто зараз у нас буде Намібія, потім у нас буде перерва обідня до 4 годин. Я думаю, що з Емілем хвилин 20 у нас буде, 20-25, так? І ми підемо на перерву. Потім ми продовжимо говорити про Руанду Уганду. Також дуже крутезні 2 напрямки, 2 країни. Часто їх плутають, не розуміють, в чому різниця. Різниця там є. І в принципі, не дуже розуміють, заради чого туди їхати, так? Можливо, у когось там випливає питання про горил, але не тільки вони. Ось, і потім виступ Олі і мої підсумки, так? Так, Оля питає, чи є запис. Так, запис цих днів у нас буде, і можливість отримати запис у нас буде за додаткову плату. Ми його зробили таким чином. Ми хочемо, щоб все ж таки люди приймали участь. Але ви також можете придбати, це такі невеликі гроші, але цей потім у вас він навічно залишиться, і ви зможете його переглядати, повертатись до цих матеріалів постійно. Плюс ще до того, всі, хто у нас учасники цих 2 днів, я б хотіла, щоб ми всім дали сертифікати про участь в нашому вебінарі, нашому тренінгу. Добре? Так. Is Emile here? I don't see him. Emile? Аліно, ти можеш ще раз перевірити? Is Emile here? Because I don't see him in the list right now.
Зараз секунду перевірю, але обіцяв бути.
Угу.
Взагалі ти тиждень не був. Так. Looking for Emile from Gondwana. Так, hopefully he can be on time.
Ну, буквально 1-2 тому він точно підтверджував свою участь. Він попереджав до цього, що в нього теж буде якась подія, але він знайде для нас час і приєднає хвилин ще, думаю, почекати.
Так, добре, чекаємо. Так, є можливість схопити водичку або каву. Але нагадую, що у нас після цього виступу буде обід до 2 години. Тобто у вас буде такий запас часу трошки прийти до тями, поїсти як слід, перевірити пошту. Так, ось я бачу Емілія. Here's Emilia. Great. How are you?
Sorry, I was running to get to the meeting. I apologize. I'm a little bit late.
No, that's fine. So, thank you so much for some changes on the program as well. And I already introduced that you are gonna blast us with your new product.
Okay.
If you need to have a presentation, do you want to show us a video or something, right? I will give you the co-host rights now.
Yeah, so I have a small presentation that I've created, but there's a video included. The video is about a minute long, but it's just a teaser. It's a trailer video of the product, and then I will take you through what it is exactly.
Yeah, now you are co-host, so you can switch on your presentation and show your video.
Okay. I want to share my screen here quickly. Okay. I'll close everything else. Okay. Here. Where is it? Can you see my screen or not yet?
Not yet.
Not yet, okay. Right. And now, fine.
It's coming up.
All right.
Just make it full. Yeah, present.
Is that fine?
Super.
All right. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Apologies for being slightly bit late, but this wouldn't take longer than 20-25 minutes. I would like to introduce you to the Skeleton Coast Expedition Tour that we recently launched. It is run and managed by the Gondwana Collection Namibia, together with our vehicle rental company, Namibia to Go. And it is 10 days into Namibia's Skeleton Coast. Now, if you know anything about the Skeleton Coast, you know it is quite uncharted. It is on the southwestern coastline of Namibia that borders the Atlantic Ocean. And it is some of the most pristine landscape that the country has to offer. What makes it so unique is the fact that you can only enter the Skeleton Coast Park and the Skeleton Coast Expedition Tour with a guide and with special permits and special permissions. So this isn't something that every tourist can just go and do on their free own time and self-drive. And so the landscape is very much untouched. In terms of infrastructure, nothing exists in the Skeleton Coast. I'll show you a quick video that we put together just to give you a trailer of what we did, how we do it, and what to expect. Because when we say there's nothing, I mean there's nothing. There aren't roads, there aren't any road signs to tell you where to go. So it is absolutely the adventure of a lifetime. All right, so sit back and enjoy the video. Okay, that is very literally just a snippet of 10 days that you spend in the Skeleton Coast Park. So this video was comprised by our own in-house professional videographers, and we took a group of 36 managers from the company to go and plan the trip, basically. So we had this idea of doing something different in Namibia. The tour itself is not unique. So there are a few other operators that does it, but what makes it unique is we are now the only operator in Namibia that has paired up with the concession holder, the concession owner. So we have exclusive rights to go into the Skeleton Coast. And what makes it different is the unique selling point for the tour is the fact that we combine our lodges with the tour. So if you have a look at the map that I've shared now on screen, this is just an overview of the Skeleton Coast Park. So like I mentioned, on the northwestern side of the Namibian coastline, it is only 40 kilometers wide, but 500 kilometers long. So 40 kilometers wide doesn't sound like a lot. If you travel from the center of Windhoek, where I am now, to our airport, that is nearly 40 kilometers. So the distance isn't very great. But what lies in between the coastline at the end of the Skeleton Coast Park is mountains and vistas and beaches and forests. And it is the most amazing, amazing scenery that you can find in terms of combination and the unique culmination that you have in Namibia. You don't find this anywhere else in the world. So the Skeleton Coast Park is referred to as the world's largest ship cemetery. I'll show you on the next slide. Over the years, we've had plenty of shipwrecks that have moored either close to the Skeleton Coast, the shoreline, or they have completely sank. There's a very, very famous tale, and a true tale of the Dunedin Star, which ran aground in the Skeleton Coast. And it is one of the highlights of the tour as well. So as you drive along the Skeleton Coast, you come across the wreckages of the ships, you come across old abandoned building sites, old abandoned vehicles, things that have been left there and that have been reclaimed by nature. The other reason why it's called the Skeleton Coast Park, or the Skeleton Coast for that matter, is it used to be, back in the day in the 1800s, Namibia allowed whaling to happen off of the coast of the country. So you would find past Terrace Bay that there was a big whale oil production site that was set up. So the whales were hunted, they were brought to shore, and the whale oil was produced from the blubber, from the fat. And unfortunately, this was done quite indiscriminately. So they killed a lot of whales back then. And the entire Skeleton Coast shoreline is littered with old whale bones, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of whale bones that you'll find. And this is just a brief history of why we got to that name and why it exists. Right. Something unique about the park is the biodiversity of animals that live in the Skeleton Coast. We have desert adapted elephants. The reason why we refer to these creatures as desert adapted, they aren't traditionally found and born in the park. So they'll either come from Etosha or from Damaraland or anywhere else in Namibia, and they migrate to the Skeleton Coast because there is no legal hunting allowed in this area. They are protected by the government and by authorities, and they don't have any natural predators in the Skeleton Coast Park. And they become desert adapted because they spend so much time away from their natural habitat that their footprint changes, their feet change, the way they look for water, their internal gut and system change, so that they can survive in the harsh conditions that you find in the Skeleton Coast, right? And then something like rhinos, desert lions, brown hyenas, jackals, giraffes, seals. We have a massive seal colony right off of the coast of Namibia, which is at Cape Cross as well, and then kudus and zebras, which are found naturally in the park. There's mention here of desert elephants, desert lions. We have a gentleman by the name of Flip Stander. He is a world-renowned researcher on the authority of desert lions, and he has a little station in Tora Bay where he sets up and he goes out, and it's funded by himself and by a few private investors, and he goes and looks out for these desert lions, and he looks after them, and he contributes to the conservation of not only their natural habitat but of the animals in the area. Right. Then you'll see on the right hand side is a snippet. I will share this with Alina afterwards. All of these little red dots are shipwrecks that have occurred since the early, I think the earliest one is in the 1500s. Yeah. So the Bom Jesus was from Portugal, and it stranded just after, or just a few kilometers north of Oranjemund. And then the earliest was in 2017, 2016 was a Japanese fishing vessel that ran aground on the coast of Namibia. So as you traverse and move up along the Skeleton Coast, you find all of these shipwrecks. Some of them are very easily accessible by vehicle. Some of them are quite difficult to get to. But along the way, I think we see about 5 or 6 of the main highlights. So you'll go and you'll see the Zelda, for instance. You will see the Suiderkruis. And as you go up towards the border of Angola towards the Kunene, which is in the very far north, there's 2 or 3 that are very, very renowned as well, right? What makes the Skeleton Coast so unique is the biodiversity. As I mentioned, the type of animals that you find in the park, they are adapted species for this environment, and also the types of fauna and flora. Some of them have adapted because there is very little rainfall that occurs in Namibia naturally, but on the Skeleton Coast even more so. So a lot of these adapted plants live off of the moisture that is absorbed through the coastal sea breeze, right? And what makes it so dramatic, Namibia is one of only, I think, 2 or 3 countries in the world where you find that contrast between the desert and the ocean meeting, right? And the Skeleton Coast is very, very reminiscent of this. So as you drive along the Skeleton Coast, you will most oftentimes have the coastline on your left-hand side and the desert landscape on your right-hand side, right? So in terms of the product, we have developed and designed and built 20 specifically purpose-created vehicles. These are Toyota club cabs or extra cabs, as we refer to them. And this is your best friend on the tour for the next 10 days, right? So every vehicle comes equipped with a rooftop tent, very easy to set up. It works with cylinders. There is no need to fidget and struggle with little clips. Everything is automated. So as soon as you unclip the tent, it will open by itself. So it works like a clamshell. It is closed shut. When you open the clips, for those of you that may have gone camping, it opens automatically. The vehicle is equipped with 2 fridges. One inside the vehicle, which is your drinks fridge essentially for water and cold drink and beer and whatever it is that you like enjoying. And the back fridge would be for food. Apart from this, the vehicle has upgraded suspension. It has an upgraded bumper. It has upgraded gearboxing. It has upgraded interior so that it doesn't let a lot of dust in. It has 2 spare wheels per vehicle. It has recovery points because I'll show you on the next slide. You are going to get stuck at some point because you go through very deep sand, you go through a lot of mud, you go through rivers, flowing rivers, especially just after the rainy season. The vehicle has a long-range tank. I will send you a complete spec list of the details, but it has a long-range tank. So the idea is from where you depart in Swakopmund all the way up to the Kunene mouth, the Foz de Kunene, down back to Palembang, which is the last stop for the night. That is roughly 1,200, 1,300 kilometers. This vehicle can drive about 1,000 kilometers before having to refill. So that's why we also introduced the jerry cans at the back for you to fill up, so you don't have to stop and refill unnecessarily anywhere, right? In terms of additional equipment, it has a fully equipped kitchen, so there is space for you to cook and clean and whatever the case is. However, what is included in the tour is the tour guide and the tour guide services. So they clean or they cook for you every night. They prepare all your meals. You just have to set up your tent. But it is very easy. They will also assist with this. They set up a communal kitchen. They set up a communal toilet and communal shower facilities. And yes, you do shower outside underneath the stars. It is quite romantic. And you also use the toilet outside, but it's very private. No one is there to look at you. No one is there to find you. But normally the people that go together in the group either know each other, or if they are mixed groups, we set up different locations for these camps, right? The next question obviously is what to expect on the tour. So in 10 days, including the 8 days while camping, you start off in Swakopmund. Swakopmund is a coastal town off of just a little bit outside of Walfish Bay. And this is your first night's destination. So we prefer that everyone is booked at the same hotel for the night, simply because it allows for easier logistics. Every individual gets a briefing from the tour guide or the tour leader. If required, we also book translators on the group, and they will give you the entire instruction on safety, on driving capability, on what to expect on the route, what you might see, what to look out for, how to communicate, how the camp setup will work. They will give you a brief introduction in your vehicle as well, how the 4x4 system works, how to get unstuck, and. However, what we've noticed is on the tour, you learn as you go. So as you're driving in the desert or on any of the gravel roads, you start feeling the capability of the vehicle, and you start playing around with how it works, how it's supposed to be. And as you get to maybe the third or the fourth day, you are so comfortable, you feel like a professional. Obviously, there's always the safety aspect that you take into account, because you'll be driving in convoy of maybe say 6 or 7 or 8 or even 10 cars. And there's always that idea of you are not alone in the convoy. You're responsible for the person behind you, and that person in front of you is responsible for that person behind them. All right. So to give you an idea, the very first vehicle here on the left corner, this is our recovery vehicle. They normally take additional batteries and fuel and water and anything that is extra that goes on tour. The next photo is the recovery vehicle stuck in the river. So this was our attempt at crossing the river at its highest. And it was a mistake, which we found out very soon enough, but we were able to take out the car and no damage, luckily. But the vehicle is built for that, and that is why we have a recovery vehicle in the front of the fleet and a recovery vehicle at the back of the fleet. So they are there specifically to help us not get stuck and help us in case we get lost, or if there's a breakdown, whatever the case is, right? And then as the tour goes along, there's a lot of sand and beach driving, a lot of off-road driving. 99% of the time, you will not see a tar road. You are completely off the grid. There is no physical road, as I mentioned previously. You can't find a map that will show you. For day 2 and 3, you are driving 300 kilometers between point A and B. That does not exist. All right, so you follow the guide. The guide has a specialized GPS that he has programmed to follow us or to take us through the dunes, through the Kunene strip, all of that. And you trust that he knows what he's doing. And they are excellent guides. All right. So camp setup and sleeping arrangements. As I mentioned previously, every vehicle comes with a rooftop tent. It very comfortably sleeps 2 people. These are brand new. You will notice on these photos, there are these green small tents in between. That is not applicable to the client's tour or to anyone that goes on tour. This was specifically put in the vehicle for us as management because we had female managers and ourselves that went on tour. So all the male managers slept on the ground. We were fine. We don't matter. And all the female managers slept in the cars in the rooftop tent. Right. And normally all the vehicles are parked close to each other or on a half moon or however comfortable everyone is, depending on the location for the night. So the first night you spend in Swakopmund, you have your briefing with a guide, and then you leave and you go towards the Skeleton Coast Park entrance and you sleep inside the park the first night. And that is your first night of wild camping. So the pictures that are here on the slide depict or show us what wild camping looks like. So it's really very literally in the middle of nowhere. What makes it nice is you are not bothered by other guests because there's literally no one for kilometers and kilometers. You don't see planes. There is no cell phone signal. There is no Wi-Fi. So you get to completely detox and switch off from all technology. We do carry a satellite phone with us in case of emergencies. But in our case, in these 10 days, we had no issues whatsoever. Wild animals do not bother you. They are too afraid of the vehicles and the group size, so you don't ever encounter wild animals at night. During the day, as you drive, you will see elephants, you will see rhinos, you will see lions, everything that was mentioned previously. But once again, they stick to themselves. They want to be left alone. And at night, we do our own thing as well. Right. And then just the bottom picture, this is what the communal camp area looks like. So the light at the back is where the guides set up for us. So that is where the kitchen area is and where they do their cooking. And then behind that vehicle, I don't have a photo of this now, they will set up showers and toilet facilities for everyone to use. And they clean everything for you. They make sure that you have hot water every night, right? So apart from the camp setup in the wild camping arrangement, as I mentioned before, you start in Swakopmund, you sleep at the hotel, then you have 8 days inside the Skeleton Coast Park. 2 of those nights, you sleep at a camp. But now camp refers to not necessarily a lodge or a glamp site. The photo on the right-hand side, the top right, in between the sand dunes, this is 50 kilometers from the Angolan border, on the Kunene Strip already. And this is the first fixed campsite that you have. Here you will have proper ablution and toilet facilities and proper shower facilities. So there is a building that is set up with all of this. So you don't have to worry about making use of a set-up toilet or a set-up shower. You still sleep in your vehicle because this, as I mentioned, is your best friend. This is your house on wheels while you are in the Skeleton Coast. But everything else is in a fixed building. There's the kitchen, there's, I think, 3 or 4 toilets and 3 or 4 showers, and it is amazing to experience just a bit of comfort between everything else. And then the most important aspect of this tour is for everyone to have fun. There's a lot of activities that we provide and that we include during our time in the Skeleton Coast. One of the biggest ones that you look out for is fishing. So if you've never fished in your life, this is the perfect opportunity to learn. We pack enough fishing rods and enough equipment for everyone to have an opportunity. And what I can mention to you is, in this group of managers that we had here for the day that we were swimming, we caught roughly 70 fish, and not small tuna, pilchards, or tiny fish, goldfish. We caught sharks, and we caught cob, and we caught kabeljau, and everything and anything that comes off of the Atlantic Ocean. And it is the most amazing activity that you spend. You spend 2 whole days at the beach. That is just relaxing and having fun. And then there's quite a few walking trails in between. So you drive. Let me maybe just mention this as well. You spend a lot of time driving. However, if you drive for 8 hours a day, because there's a lot to see in terms of landscape and in terms of stopping points, there's a lot that we stop for as well. So you stop to get out and walk and hike. You stop to go to a lookout point. You stop to look at rock gravings. You stop to find a specific point on the map. And that is part of the adventure. So you don't sit in the vehicle like you would in traffic for 8 hours straight. You drive, and then you get to a point and you stop. And you drive, get to a point, and you stop. But that is what you do for the entire day. You spend a lot of time in the vehicle, but that is part of the adventure, and that's part of the fun, right? The bottom photo here was at the Kukume River in Puros, which is the last fixed campsite for the tour before you get to the lodge, the last night for the lodging. And here we were lucky enough to find it flowing, and we were able to swim. So we had a very nice time swimming. This area is very famous for giraffes and elephants. So while you swim, the giraffes and the elephants oftentimes come and have a drink. All right. And that is it from my side. This is just a brief overview of what we do and how we do it. What I will do is I will share with Alina, there's a full 8-minute video of the Skeleton Coast tour, and it gives you a lot more insight into where we drove, how long it took, what was included, what the scenery looks like. Just so you guys get a better idea of what I explained and how it all fits together. But I think that the general idea is pretty straightforward. All right.
Thank you, Emile. Do you see the hats which are flying to you?
I only see them now.
Yeah. I think it's a just wow product, and for me, it's like wow organization, because I see how many planning, how many efforts go behind it to make it all like this.
Yeah.
In terms of organization, for me, it's like, I don't know, it's super wow. It's something, wow, amazing, just amazing.
Thank you. Thank
And
you.
I think
Thank you.
it's also incredibly wow product. Namibia as a destination is a wow country for me. And what you've done in Skeleton with all this wild camping, wow, it's just super wow. Traveling in the middle of nowhere, it's wow. In super we are overloaded with so many information now that I think this is a must to have in the modern world.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, you mentioned that. Sorry, I need to interject. The biggest effect that that going on the tour has for everyone. I mean, it's apart from it being a holiday, you relax, but you get to switch off completely. There's no emails, there's no phone calls, there's nothing, there's no WhatsApp, there's nothing that bothers, there's no Facebook, there's nothing of that. And what it does to your brain and to your body is amazing. It really does. When you come back, you realize how little you need to survive and how little it is you need to be okay every day. You don't need technology. You don't need to constantly check your statuses and everything else. I mean, those things have their role in the world, but if you break it down to the basic core of what we as humans are and what we need, we just need a bit of space and we need to get away.
The last question I have for you is that you will have a certain planning, like certain dates when you will do this tour, and a certain number of packs for every tour, right? So basically everybody could try to, different tour operators can send you a booking until you will fill the full group, and then next full group. You will share with us the dates, right? With which are the date slots we have, and what is the maximum people, because you mentioned 36, it was the management trip, but how many the tourist trip gonna be?
So the management group was a recon or like a educational trip for us. So we will never ever put that many people together. The logistics behind it is very, very difficult to manage. And just to give you an idea, if you have 18 cars, because every vehicle takes 2 people. If you have 18 cars behind each other, that distance, because you have to keep about 50 meters between each other, the distance is almost 5 kilometers long. In terms of the convoy, it's a train of 5 kilometers. So when the first person stops, you have to wait a few minutes until everyone catches up. But anyway, so the group size, we want to try and keep to 10 vehicles. 10 packs. So 5 vehicles at a time, between 5 and 6. So it'll either be between 10 and 12 packs that are sharing. And you have to be comfortable sharing with someone. So ideally people that know each other, or couples, or if you're single, you have to find someone else who's single on the tour and share with them. But yeah, between 10 and 12 packs, so that's 5 or 6 vehicles for it to be manageable and for the price perspective to make sense. And as for the dates, we already started we will start in January, and it'll run all the way up to December. So there's not really a low and a high season for this product. It runs throughout, but we will have one set departure every month. But if a client tells us, listen, we have 10 guests that would like to do the tour, but it doesn't fall within any of those dates, we can always try and see if we can accommodate a private tour at the same price. It's not more expensive, but we just need to adjust our dates, because the contributing factor there is the set camps. Because if one group is at the camp, we can't have a second group at the same camp. It doesn't mix well. So they have to be a day or 2 apart always. But I will share all of this information with you, yes.
Окей. Шановні колеги, як ви тут? Напишіть, будь ласка, чи все у вас добре? Питання до Еміля, якщо є, будь ласка, пишіть. Нагадую, що навіть якщо зараз нічого немає в голові, то так, вже з'являються питання, зараз його розкажу, але якщо ще будуть з'являтись питання, то ви можете їх сьогодні, завтра задавати без проблем. Ми їх всі адресуємо нашим спікерам, нашим речникам, і вони будуть відповідати. Which is the approximate price? Anne is asking about the approximate price for such a 10-night tour.
Okay.
So you already
I just quickly, I quickly answered, but yeah, let me give you the pricing as well. So for the 10 days, so let me quickly tell you what it includes. So it includes the rental vehicle for 10 days. And then the vehicle comes full with fuel on day 1 and the 2 jerry cans. So there's enough fuel to get you to a certain point, but then from there on you have to refill. So it's the vehicle that's fully equipped for 2 people. It's all your wood because you'll be doing a lot of campfire dinners, as well as water. There's a 200-liter water tank per vehicle that you use for communal drinking and showering and then it's your accommodation at the hotel the first night and your accommodation at Palmbach Lodge on the last night once you're out of the Skeleton Coast. And then the 8-day tour, which includes your guide, your entry permit fees, your fishing permits, as well as all your meals.
Yeah, so it's like fully inclusive, actually.
It's almost fully inclusive. The only thing that you need to cover is the refilling of the vehicle.
Yeah, okay. And say things. So it's good.
Okay.
But we will share also with the participants as well the program, the information about all the presentations today. So
100%. I will send everything to you in a detailed email, and then you can share it with your colleagues.
Супер. Колеги, чи є ще питання? Якщо ні, то ми відпускаємо Еміля і тоді йдемо на перерву до 2 години. І далі у нас будуть ще 3 чудових виступи. У нас сьогодні ще, секунду, я вам все скажу. Так. У нас ще сьогодні Руанда Уганда. І у нас сьогодні ще виступ від Олі про міжсезоння в Африці. І мої підсумки, питання-відповіді також буде. Тому я думаю, що близько 4-ї ми маємо закінчити. Якщо все у нас буде за планом. Так, питань не бачу. Тому ми залишаємось за цим посиланням. Можете просто виключати всі свої і йти по своїм справам. Нагадування прийде нам в телеграм-групу, що ми починаємо. О 2 годині приєднуйтесь і бажаю вам гарного перепочинку і смачного обіду. Thank you, Emile. I'm just telling them some organization events because now we are gonna go for some lunch break, and then
nice. Enjoy.
Today we have a lot of information about African destinations, and definitely your presentation was just amazing. I love Namibia as a country. It's really wow for me. So definitely we will keep on promoting your products and destination as well. Thank you so much for your time, and have a good day.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. And Nadia, maybe if I can just mention this before I go, if you ever want to plan an educational or a fam trip with any of your agents, I mentioned this last time, please connect with us and reach out, and we can see what we can do for you.
Yes, we definitely will look into these next year or in 2 years, because a lot of plans now for the next year, so need to organize everything. But definitely we keep this on our mind, and we will stay in touch with you. Thank you so much.
100%. Thank you.
Все, колеги, до побачення. Дякую, Емілю. Все, бай-бай.
Okay, ciao, bye bye.
Bye bye. Hello, Lisa. Hello, Faridah. How are you?
Hello, Nadia. I'm good, and you?
Hello.
Thank you.
Hello,
Thank you for
Nadia.
being on
I'm good. How are
time.
you?
Good, good.
Yeah.
We had a little break, so I hope people now joining. So now we will be talking about Rwanda and Uganda. So what do we start first?
We will start with Uganda, and then we will carry on with Rwanda.
Супер. Шановні колеги, приєднуйтесь, включайтесь, ми вже починаємо працювати. І працюємо з наступними колегами. Говоримо зараз про Уганду і також будемо говорити про Руанду. Yeah. Let me give you a co-host rights so then you can start with your presentation.
Yes. I think now I'm sharing my screen. Can you see it?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, so you see, you discover Uganda. You see this page, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. It's working.
If you can just put the full slide, like.
Yes, sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, is it okay now?
Yeah, super. Just
Okay.
perfect.
So you tell me when I can start. Maybe we wait a bit.
13 a.m. I think we can start.
Yes.
Yeah. We have all here and people will join if needed.
Okay, great. So hello everyone, nice to meet you. I'm Lisa from Sun Africa Expeditions. I'm the Sales and Operation Manager. I will be your key and privileged contact to facilitate exchanges. I'm in charge of the whole European market. And today I'm here with Faridah. Faridah, you can maybe present yourself before we start.
Hello, everyone. I'm Faridah. I'm the founder of Sun Africa Expeditions. We are a DMC located in East Africa. We look forward to warmly welcoming your guests and working with you.
Okay, so today we will first focus on Uganda and then we will talk about Rwanda. So I will be in charge of Uganda and then Faridah will be in charge of Rwanda. So first of all, let me tell you a bit about who we are. So we are Sun Africa Expeditions. As Faridah said, we are a DMC with 4 offices in 4 countries. We have office in Uganda, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Kenya. We do have our own vehicle fleets in each destination, and it's important to know that the destination can be managed separately or combined. We are a big team with multidisciplinary skills. For example, Faridah is the founder of Sun Africa Expedition. She was a sociologist at the beginning, so she's all about putting smile on everyone's faces. She works closely with the communities to ensure fair remuneration for our service providers and our partners. Here, for example, there is Fred, who's the field director. He's a French zoologist, passionate for Africa for over 30 years, and is in charge of the guides training every 3 months and of the land cruisers. I have an event and management background, so I pay attention to detail, and nothing is left to a chance. I'm often on the ground, but I'm based in France. So I go in Africa very often to discover new experiences, to brief guides, and to visit places before we recommend them to our client. We are a reliable DMC. As you know, during COVID period, it was not easy, but we managed to reimburse clients during this period. All our guests who come on ground have an insurance, which is called AMREF Flying Doctor. And we work with all the lodges. We do not own any lodge, so we are flexible. Yes, sorry? No, okay. And we put the client needs at the heart of our priority. We do have English-speaking guides specialized in ornithology, and they have a regular training to ensure the highest quality of service. All our guides are passionate about their country and their work. Of course, everyone needs a job, but for our guides, it's more than that. It's a passion that they love to share and that they will give to our client. We believe also that travel should benefit to local communities in Africa. So part of the revenue is shared with them. We do tailor-made programs and we custom itineraries designed for unique African adventure for every traveler. We work with all budgets and type of travelers. We are adaptable and flexible, and we work also for incentive and groups. To us, true luxury lies not only in the lodges you can offer, but in the quality of service and in the overall experience for the guest. So that's a bit about Sun Africa Expedition. Now you know who we are. Now, Uganda. Unfortunately, for the moment, little is known about the country compared to South Africa, Namibia, or Tanzania. It's located in the shores of the Lake Victoria, which is the second largest lake in the world. And Uganda crosses the equator. 15% of the country is covered by water. Tourism is at its infancy, so it's not crowded even during high season. You can find peaceful places and quiet areas. And this landscape is the kind of landscape you can expect to see in Uganda. It's very well connected from Europe. Now there is no time difference with Ukraine, and in winter there will be only 1 hour. And there are many airlines which are operating, such as Turkish Airlines, Qatar Airways, Lufthansa, Brussels Airlines, etc., etc. It's also smaller than Tanzania, so 9-10 days will be enough to get a good overview of the country. Also, something which is important for us Europeans, that there is no extreme heat, thanks to the equatorial climate. So it's very nice to be there. And Ugandans are very proud of their culture and heritage. Of course, one of the main motivations for travelers to go to Uganda is to track the mountain gorillas. Over half of the remaining population is in Uganda, but Uganda, you will see, has so much more to offer. Uganda Wildlife Authority, so UWA, and the country are doing significant efforts to preserve the wildlife. Visiting Uganda contributes to wildlife conservation. Permits, the gorilla permits, we will talk about it shortly, are quite expensive, it's true, but it's very well managed and revenue is also reinvested in local communities. As you can see here on the map, there are 10 national parks in Uganda. Here, Murchison Falls National Park, Kibale National Park, Queen Elizabeth National Park, we will talk about it in detail, Bwindi Impenetrable Forest National Park, Mgainga Gorilla National Park, Lake Mburo, etc. So there are many national parks. When people think of an African safari, they often dream of the famous Big Five: lion, leopard, elephant, buffaloes, and rhino. But in Uganda, the adventure goes even further. Here in Uganda, you don't just see the Big Five. You can witness the Big Seven, including gorilla and chimpanzees. Uganda is not also only about big game. There are over 1,000 bird species. It's a true paradise for ornithologists. The country holds nearly half of Africa's birds diversity. It has an incredible diversity of birds, from forest endemics to rare savanna species. You can also spot birds in Uganda that you found almost nowhere else on Earth. It's also very easy to combine birding with safari and primate trekking. Here, for example, at the top left, this is the shoebill bird. It's a rare prehistoric bird best observed in Uganda in the swamps of Lake Victoria, Lake Mburo National Park, or in the swamps of Lake Albert and the River Nile. Just below, this is a great blue turaco called Flying Rainbow of the forest. Uganda earned its nickname the Pearl of Africa thanks to its incredibly biodiversity. Also, diversity of landscapes with unique ecosystems from the Rwenzori Mountain to the Nile River and the Lake Victoria. So just to show you here, so the Rwenzori Mountain here, the Lake Victoria is over here, and the Nile is crossing the country. There is also a diversity of landscapes in the single country. You can find savannas, mountains, equatorial forests, rivers, crater lakes, tea, rice, pineapple plantations, traditional villages. It's very different from any other African country. Also, as we have seen on the map here, the source of the Nile is in Uganda. The Nile is famous with Egypt, but it started here in Jinja, and then it goes up to South Sudan and then Egypt. This part of Uganda offers adventure and sports opportunities. There are also 50 different ethnic groups in the country. It gives an opportunity for cultural immersion and exchanges with the local. There are also many treks. You can trek the Rwenzori Mountain, the Mount Elgon, and some inactive volcanoes. And also, it's famous for the chimpanzee trekking. You can trek chimpanzees in Kiambura Gorge, I will show you later, and in Kibale National Park, which is called the primate capital of Africa. Gorillas. So Bwindi is famous, the Bwindi Impenetrable Forest National Park. It's located in the southwestern of Uganda. So it's located here, southwestern Uganda, along the Albertine Rift Valley. It's a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and it's home to both mountain gorillas and chimpanzees, making it the only forest in Africa that can claim this distinction. It's also one of the Africa's oldest forests. It's home to 8 other species of primates such as lost monkey, blue monkey, red-tailed monkey, black and white colobus. It has also 166 species of mammals and over 200 butterflies and 360 species of birds. Being face to face with a mountain gorilla is an incredibly moving experience. It's unique and a privileged opportunity to get close to the gorilla of Bwindi, the famous gorilla in the mist of Uganda. So it offers an exclusive gorilla trekking experience with a high success rate of gorilla sightings. But just for you to know, in total, there are 44 habituated gorilla families in Uganda, Rwanda, and DR Congo. In Uganda, you can trek gorilla, as we have seen in Bwindi National Park, but also in Mganga Gorilla National Park. This park has 2 gorilla families, habituated gorilla families, and one family is moving in between Uganda and Rwanda. In Rwanda, Faridah will talk about it soon, there is Volcano National Park, which has a total of 12 habituated gorilla families, and the Virunga National Park, which has a total of 8 habituated gorilla families. Bwindi has 22 habituated gorilla families. So half of the habituated gorilla families are located in Bwindi. But of course, the biggest percentage of gorilla is wild. To trek gorillas, there are 2 different permits, which are limited each day to ensure the conservation and provide an exclusive once-in-a-lifetime wildlife experience for the travelers. It is also a direct contribution to gorilla conservation and local community. So the first permit is the most common, it's the gorilla trekking permit. The travelers are divided into small groups of 8 people per gorilla family, and they will have the chance to track and observe an habituated mountain gorilla family. The gorilla trekking permit will allow them to discover the gentle giants of Bwindi. The trek is an exciting adventure You will go through wooded slopes, bushes, bamboo, before finally reaching the gorilla family. And along the way, the guide will point out signs of the gorillas' previous activities, such as dropping, nests, and chewed bamboo shoots. And being face-to-face 1 hour with the mountain gorilla is an incredibly moving experience, trust me. The second permit is the gorilla habituation experience. It allows visitors to spend up to 4 hours, which will be unforgettable for sure, with the gorilla family that is still being accustomed to human presence. So the group of 4 travelers will be accompanied by researchers and rangers in the Bwindi forest, and it will offer them a deeper behind-the-scenes encounter and a truly immersive conservation experience. This gorilla habituation experience can be done only in one sector of Bwindi, which is Rushaga. So talking about the sector, here is a map of Bwindi forest, and you can see that there are 4 main trekking sectors. In the north, there is Buoma, south, Ruicha and Rushaga. Rushaga is where you can also do gorilla habituation experience. And on the southwest, there is Nkuringo. It is important to know that there is no direct road through the forest to cross north to south or east to west. So if somebody is trekking gorilla in the northern part, they will have to sleep close to Buoma. So this is also very important to know. Of course, Bwindi is not only gorilla, even if it's famous for that. You can do forest hikes, nature walks through forest trails. There are some Rift Valley viewpoints. It's a paradise for bird watchers. And also you can do community walks through local villages to meet the Bakiga or the Batwa Pygmy peoples who are living beside the forest. It's also very accessible. From Entebbe Airport or Kampala by road, it's roughly 460 kilometers. So you can stop one night in Mburo, for example. So let me show you the map. So Kampala Entebbe Airport is here. So while heading to Bwindi, you can stop in Lake Mburo National Park. You can do one stop and then you go to Bwindi. Or you can also easily fly from Entebbe to, there are 2 different airstrips, Kihir airstrip. There are 3 flights, 1 morning, 1 midday, and 1 afternoon, 3 p.m. Or there is another airstrip in Kisoro where there is 1 flight in the morning. It's also very common to come to Uganda through Rwanda. The border is open 24/24, and it's only 3 hours and a half driving from Kigali to the southern part of Bwindi. Now let's talk about the most famous national park in Uganda, which is Queen Elizabeth National Park. It is the 2nd oldest and 2nd largest of the country. It's located in the southwestern of Uganda. So Queen Elizabeth is here and Bwindi is here. So southwestern part of Uganda. It's Uganda's most popular savanna park. It's at the foot of the imposing Rwenzori Mountains, and it's near Lake Edward and Lake George. It has a rich wildlife, over 95 mammal species such as elephants, hippos, buffaloes, leopards, hyenas, antelopes, wild dog, etc. And it's of course a bird paradise as well. It's famous for the landscapes. There is rolling savanna, acacia woodlands and wetlands, and the Kezinga Channel, which is 40 kilometers natural waterway that connects Lake Edward to Lake George, and it's home to hippos. There are crater lakes, Rift Valley escarpment, and this picture is famous for the tree climbing lions in Nishasha, which is located near DR Congo in the southern part, and it's even more quieter and more isolated than other parts of the park. In terms of activities in Queen Elizabeth National Park, you can do several activities, such as the game drive with the Land Cruiser, You can do optional breakfast or sundowner in the bush, and you can spot wildlife anytime. As Sun Africa, we provide our own 4x4 vehicle with a pop-up roof for excellent game viewing and photography, as you can see here on the picture. But it's important to know that some luxury lodges also offer open-sided vehicles, such like this one on the right side. You can do boat safari on the Kazinga Channel, where guests can see the largest concentration of hippos on the African continent. And you can see all the animals coming to drink and to bath. It has an incredible and diverse collection of animals and birds. You can also track chimpanzees. So I told you you can track chimpanzees in Kibale Forest, which is the capital of primate of Africa. But you can also track chimpanzees in Kiambura Gorge, where you can encounter the wild chimps in their natural forest habitat. You can explore crater lakes, and of course, there is bird watching anytime and possibility to do nature walks. So Queen Elizabeth is considered as Uganda's most diverse park, with all the landscapes, savanna, rainforest, wetlands, crater lakes, all in the same destination. It has abundant wildlife and unique activities. It offers breathtaking landscapes and panoramic views with the Rwenzori Mountain as a backdrop. It's also very accessible, and it's a perfect combination with Bwindi for the gorilla trekking. From Bwindi, Queen Elizabeth, it's roughly 250 kilometers, so it's drivable in one day. Or there are also some domestic flights available daily, and from Entebbe Airport or Kampala, it's 380 kilometers, so you can go and stop one night, for example, in Mburo, and then you reach Queen Elizabeth. But of course, there is so much to say about Uganda. There are other parks. As I told you, there are 10 national parks. There is also Murchison Falls National Parks, which is the largest and the oldest park of Uganda, divided by the River Nile, which offers boat safaris, 4x4 safaris, walking safaris, hot air balloon safaris, and of course, there are the famous powerful waterfalls. And then I have also other parks, like here, Hamburo National Park, which is also famous to spot the leopard, and you can do night safari and walking safari as well. So it's very different. One park is different from another. In terms of formalities to go to Uganda, you can go anytime. The best season is considered from June to August, September, and then December to mid-March. But as it has an equatorial climate, you can come even during raining season. It will not rain the whole day. You need a visa to go to Uganda. You can apply online. It's $50. And you need the yellow fever vaccination card. Does anyone have any question? Or should we carry on with Rwanda?
Yeah, just allow me a minute. I will double check if we don't have any questions. Шановні колеги, Ліза закінчила з презентацією Уганди. Вона проговорила два такі головні речі, так, що треба знати про Уганду, і зосередила нашу увагу на двох головних локаціях, які ми беремо до уваги, особливо якщо це перший візит до Уганди. І зверніть увагу на те, що ця країна потребує обов'язкової жовтої лихоманки. Крім того, щодо візи, також тут є умова, можливо отримати візу відразу на кілька африканських країн. Кенія, Уганда і Руанда, тобто придбати одну візу і відразу у вас буде доступ до 3 країн. Це також класна опція, якщо ви хочете поєднати кілька країн. Так, пишіть свої питання, якщо вони у вас виникають, навіть якщо там пізніше з'являється питання, нагадую, що ви можете в нашій телеграм-групі також написати своє питання, ми його адресуємо до наших спікерів. Якщо питань немає, тоді Тоді ми переходимо до наступного теми. Проте у мене є одне запитання. I have one question, Lisa, for you.
Yes.
In terms of number of nights, how many average or minimum nights would you suggest for the first time visitor to spend in Uganda, in your opinion?
In Uganda, well, more you spend, better it is, because there is so much to discover, as I said, but a minimum of 7 nights, just at least to do the chimps trekking in the Kambura Gorge in Queen Elizabeth, and also the gorilla trekking, which are the highlights. But I also recommend to do the boat safaris, you know. So yeah, minimum 1 week.
Minimum 1 week.
But then it will be a condensed program, but it's doable.
And then we can focus ourselves only 2 parks, basically, on Bwindi and on Queen Elizabeth, right? It will be enough time to do the...
And you can stop also in Mburo National Park, which is...
And Lake Mburu, I understand. So it's one sector. Yeah,
yes.
Makes sense.
So you go from Kampala, Entebbe, Mburo, Bwindi, Queen Elizabeth, and then you go back to Kampala.
Yes.
Or you can also, if the budget is possible, also they can fly. Then they spend less time on the road. It depends on the client's wishes. But yes, they will focus on one area. Of course, if they want to discover Murchison Falls National Park, it's possible, but at least I would recommend 12 days. Otherwise, they will be running and they will not enjoy. So that's not the idea. Yeah.
There is one question, colleague is asking about the yellow fee. Yes, we do it in Ukraine. Так, в Україні робиться вакцинація, навіть ця від жовтої лихоманки вакцинація робиться навіть в Києві, Олександрівська лікарня в Києві державна, де ви можете це зробити, або інші приватні клініки також можуть це робити, і вона робиться так на все життя. Раніше була на 10 років. Там здається, за днів 10 до подорожі десь треба робити її. Якщо я не помиляюсь, 10-14 днів краще її зробити, тому що це така трошки болюча ін'єкція, і трошки хай, щоб вона пожила, щоб ви побули з нею, так? Тобто десь за 2 тижні до подорожі краще її робити. Because there is question about how much in advance should you do yellow fever. I suggest 10 to 14 days prior the trip. Better to do it a little bit in advance. It's not like you do it today and tomorrow is your flight.
No, of course. If you know you're traveling to Uganda, let's say in December, you can already take an appointment. Of course, the sooner you do it, it's better, because maybe you will need some time to get an appointment to the hospital. So yeah. And then if you do it once, it's valid for life. So you do it once and you're safe.
Yes. That's what we was explaining. До речі, пані Світлано, також вакцинація від жовтої лихоманки дозволяє вам відвідувати деякі країни, це вимагають деякі країни Південної Америки, тому якщо це такий активний мандрівник, так, то який хоче і більше досліджувати Африку, то, будь ласка, дуже рекомендуйте це зробити, вчасно зробити, і дійсно ця вакцинація дуже буде корисною, так, для наступних подорожей. Okay, so we shift to Farida, right? Do you need me to give you access, right? Just a second.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, Farida, it's all yours.
Thank you, Lisa. All right. Do I have access? Can I try?
Yes. Ah, no,
Okay.
sorry. I think I did it wrong. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Should I try now?
Yes, sure.
All right. Thank you. Okay. And then let me try.
You have a
Share
beautiful
the entire
presentation, by the way. I want to tell you this. A very nice presentation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Try to make it full screen, but somehow. All right. I've
Like
shared.
slideshow? Maybe now you're on
No,
the
no, no.
phone.
I wanted to make it full screen.
Yeah, yeah. Just go on
At the
slideshow.
bottom.
Come again?
Slideshow,
At the bottom. Yeah.
Okay.
where
All
you
right.
have file, home, insert, and all this panel. And then there is a slideshow. Yeah. And then from the beginning, go to the left. Yeah.
Yeah. No. It's not a slideshow. I just want to make it full screen. So
Yes,
Yes,
maybe
at the
everybody.
bottom.
it will go
Here.
on the full.
You have your mouse on it. You see the zoom? Just
Okay. Do
to the left.
you guys have it?
It's not full screen.
Oh.
No, you see the zoom at the bottom on the right. On the right side, yes. And then there is something, a small screen on just to the left, on the other side. Go left.
Okay. There.
I don't see your mouse. Just here. View, you were there. Here. This one. No, after the zoom on the left side.
Okay. I don't seem to get it. I'm sorry.
Let
Can
me show
I?
you. Hold on a second. I understand
Okay.
what Lisa meant. Do you see my mouse? Maybe not.
No, I can't see it.
Hold on a
I'll
second.
send you a photo of. Let me try to find it.
For some reason, let me get out and try. Because my screen normally when I'm sharing, the provision is different. But this time around, I don't know what's
Yeah,
going on.
here is where you move the mouse after this stretching this one. Yes, just go back a bit. Like a one
There?
hook and next
The other one?
Next one.
Okay,
Yes.
there?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, all right. This is different from how I normally. Okay. All right. All right. Hello everyone. Sorry that we lost some time trying to figure out technology sometimes goes like that. Good afternoon. I hope everyone's okay. Allow me to introduce you to our lovely destination, Rwanda. Rwanda is nested in the heart of East Africa in the Albertine Rift Valley. Geographically, the Rift Valley is something that defined a lot of Africa's geography and landscape. So Rwanda, Uganda, and Kenya are all located in what we call the Albertine Rift Valley and in the western arm of the Rift Valley. So the Rift Valley area is where you'll find a lot of mountains and then valleys and rivers and forests because of geographical forces. And this part of Africa is really beautiful and diverse. You'll find different landscapes. It's not, whereas some countries in Africa, it's all flat. With East Africa and the Rift Valley, it's really beautiful because you find different landscapes. Rwanda is one of the smaller countries in East Africa. In terms of size, I would say it's similar to like Southern Europe, Albania in Southern Europe, or Haiti in America. I'm not so good with figures, but I know it's 26,788 square kilometers. But for people who are not good at figures, I always say I just compare it to another destination, and then it makes it so much easier. Being a small country, getting around is always relatively much easier. The infrastructure is good, the road network is good. So moving from place to place is so much easier. Both Rwanda and Uganda are landlocked countries. We don't have access to the sea. However, again, they're really beautiful. For instance, like Lisa mentioned, Uganda, 15% of the country is covered in water bodies. So even if somebody doesn't get to go to a beach, they can always wind their safari relaxing around the beautiful lakes and the rivers, and then their boat cruises. But yet again, it's also worth noting that it's easy to combine both this destination with a beach extension. Actually, we do have daily flights, for instance, whether it's from Uganda, Entebbe to Zanzibar, to Mombasa. So it's possible to combine both a safari and a beach stay. Rwanda is a rising gem in African tourism. Whereas it's a small country, and again, little is known about both Rwanda and Uganda. Our East African neighbors of Kenya and Tanzania are more popular, but the reality is these two destinations are really beautiful, unique, and offer an opportunity for travelers looking to be away from the crowds. You know, they get to have a safari experience where in actually some of the national parks, they'll be by themselves and, you know, proceed to any other destination. So Rwanda, being a rising gem, combines breathtaking views, you know, landscapes that are really beautiful. Again, as you can see, it's known as a land of 1,000 hills. It's really beautiful. It has rich wildlife and some of the most memorable adventures that you can think of on the African continent. The country has made, you know, remarkable strides in conservation over the last 20 years. And their commitment to sustainability has really made it a shining star amongst African destinations. Rwanda is best known for its Volcanoes National Park, where you find the endangered mountain gorillas. It's worth noting that endangered mountain gorillas are found in the entire world, they're only found in Rwanda, Uganda, and DR Congo. And the reason that makes them unique is that they cannot survive in captivity. The gorillas you see in some of the zoos in Europe would be the lowland gorillas. Mountain gorillas cannot survive in captivity. They are only able to survive in their natural habitat. And the only places that you can find them in the entire world is Uganda, Rwanda, and DR Congo. The plight of the mountain gorillas being an endangered species were brought to the world by Dian Fossey, the famous primatologist. You know, when she came to Rwanda, otherwise, if it wasn't for her great works, probably this species of creatures, magnificent creatures, would be extinct. So for most people, they associate Rwanda with the movie Gorillas in the Mist and Dian Fossey. But just to let you know, there is so much more to Rwanda than just the gorillas. While the gorillas may be the star attractions, the reality is there is a lot that somebody can do in Rwanda. This is a map of Rwanda, just to give you an idea. Kigali, the capital, is the main entry point for most people who are flying in. If coming in by land, they would come from its neighbors, Uganda, or maybe Tanzania or DR Congo. But otherwise, I'm assuming travelers from Europe who are flying directly, they would get in through Kigali. And this is where their only international airport is found. On the eastern side, you have Akagera National Park, as you can see over here. In the southwest, you have Nyungwe National Park that's filled with lots of primates. I'll talk about all these later on. And then Volcanoes National Park is over here in the north. Kigali, the capital city, is geographical and political and the cultural hub of Rwanda. So for anybody, it's a really beautiful city. It's one of the cleanest cities in the world and, you know, safe to walk around. You know, it's really beautiful and lovely. So serene, sort of life is laid back, evergreen, really beautiful. In brief, Rwanda as a destination is ideal for travelers looking for eco tours, adventure, walking, hiking, and culture. Our main focus today, I'm going to start with a highlight of Rwanda, which is Volcanoes National Park over here. Allow me to go to a map that shows volcanoes in detail. As you can see, I'll begin by explaining, because as you can see, as displayed by this map, on the northern side, you have Virunga National Park, which is in the DR Congo. You can see this line, the dotted line, running along, just to show you that originally, this was one ecosystem extending across Rwanda, Uganda over here in Gahinga, and DR Congo Virunga National Park. And the greater name, it's known as the Virunga Massif. But due to a border, when colonialism happened and Africa was partitioned, one part of this ecosystem fell on the Congo side, another on the Rwanda side, and the other on the Ugandan side, which is known as Mugahinga National Park. So the lighter green side of this is Volcanoes National Park in Rwanda. As you can see, again, like I explained before, being located in the Rift Valley, we have a lot of extinct volcanoes and active volcanoes. These little triangular represent the volcanoes that are found in this area. And again, a lot of crater lakes and beautiful landscapes. So Volcanoes National Park, which is going to be our main focus today, in size is 160 square kilometers of tropical forest and volcanic terrain. Because again, like I explained, it's in the volcanic area, as you can see. So there's a lot of volcanic action that happened to form these various mountains that form this ecosystem. It is a beautiful ecosystem. Actually, many times people say, oh, I've heard gorilla trekking is easier in Rwanda than in Uganda. And I always say, if your primary gorilla trekking area is going to be Uganda's Mugahinga, it is pretty much the same landscape. It's pretty much the same ecosystem. It's just that one side is on one country, another side is on the other country. Pretty much similar to what you see in the Serengeti and Kenya's Masai Mara. It's one ecosystem, but just across both countries. So this is the same with this ecosystem where you find the mountain gorillas. So Virunga National Park is nestled in the Virunga Mountains. Again, this is, like I said, the Virunga Massif, forming part of the Virunga Massif Conservation Area. And as shown on the map, you have Virunga on that side, Mugahinga, and volcanoes on this side. So visitors come from all over the world to visit either of these parks to trek mountain gorillas, depending on what works for them. The landscape is really beautiful and dramatic. It's tropical forests, evergreen, big towering trees. Part of it, you have the bamboo. It's just beautiful. So just to give you, I'll go to my next slide, just talk a little bit more about the Volcanoes National Park. So the Volcanoes National Park is originally the figures were 10, so you'll forgive my slide. But currently, as Lisa mentioned, there have been 2 other gorilla families that have been habituated to make 12. And the park is also home to monkeys, golden monkeys, buffaloes, bird species. So beyond the wildlife, of course, the park also, you're able to do hikes, mountain hikes. Again, as I showed you the different volcanoes, there is Bisoke, there is Karisimbi. So for people that love hiking, those would be perfect. And Karisimbi is a 2-day hike. People get to the top and sleep and then come down. Whereas with Bisoke, it's a 1-day hike. And other activities besides the gorilla trek, I've mentioned the golden monkeys. You have the hiking trails. And then you have the Dian Fossey Museum. Then local culture, the Rwandese culture is really rich. And again, all this can be experienced around this area. Now, when it comes to the gorilla trek, the fact that all this, as mentioned, cuts across the 3 countries, a lot of the management and the regulations are pretty much the same across all the countries. So each gorilla family is visited by a group of only 8 people per day, nothing beyond that, and it's only 1 gorilla trek per day. Gorilla trekking starts in the morning by 7 a.m. The clans are expected at the park headquarters to get a briefing. And again, depending on the wishes of your clans, because some travelers are super active and fit, whereas others are not. On the morning of the trek, it's possible to inform the guests that, for instance, maybe my guide would want an easy trek. Then they'll be allocated a family of gorillas that's not too far. Gorillas are sort of territorial. They live in families away from each other. So different families are located in different parts of the park. And again, The way the trekking is done is you have the guides and the rangers and the lead trekkers who go ahead to locate them, as Lisa explained. They look out for dungs, nests, and just follow them, find them, then communicate, and then a group will be told to proceed. So again, this shows you the different activities that can be done in Volcanoes National Park. Now, another thing I would want to mention is this. A gorilla trekking permit in Rwanda is more expensive than a gorilla trekking permit in Uganda. In Rwanda, a gorilla trekking permit goes for $1,500. And again, we get asked, why is this that? The thing is, as you saw on the map, Rwanda being a small country, there had been a lot of encroachment on, the home of the gorillas. As you can see, the forest, a lot of human activity. So right now, the government is trying to reclaim some of this land to be able to extend the home of the gorillas. So by people paying this amount, they are contributing to the conservation and ensuring that the home range of these magnificent creatures is reserved. I'll move to Akagera National Park. Again, it's worth noting that Rwanda is not just about mountains and gorillas and primates. It also has a Savannah National Park located in the east, close to the border of Tanzania. And the landscape here expands into lowland plains and swampy marshes, and it covers an area of 1,200 square kilometers. Very picturesque, beautiful National Savannah Park, among the most beautiful actually in Africa. Really beautiful landscapes. It's worth noting that Akagera National Park is a true testament of conservation, combined effort and work into preserving Africa's rich wildlife and communities, because there was a time when this park, a lot of the animals had gone extinct. But due to efforts, the conservation efforts of the Rwanda government and various researchers and conservationists, the park has been restored to its original glory. So you'll find the big five, healthy populations of various mammals, and whether it's small creatures to big, it's beautiful and stunning. You have big five. So again, game drives would be beautiful. Then you do have walking safaris. You have balloon trips. Bird watching is really, the bird numbers are really nice. Then you also have the boat trips on Lake Ihema. People can go fishing. And again, communities living around the park do provide a rich cultural immersion to any visitors. For all the parks that I've mentioned in Rwanda so far, again, across the entire country, whether the travelers, depending on their budget, whether it's mid-range, whether it's luxury or budget, there's something for everyone. Allow me to talk a little bit about Nyungwe National Park. Again, Rwanda being a small country, it's known very as big as Uganda, where you have 10 national parks. Rwanda only has 3 major national parks, with one other park that's currently being opened as of 2000. So you come to Nyungwe National Park, located in the west, southern west, between Lake Kivu and the Burundi border. So Nyungwe is one of Africa's oldest rainforests and has a significant number of mammals, including the chimpanzees. The number one draw card to Nyungwe is a good population of chimpanzees. Visitors to Nyungwe, again, it's not just about the chimpanzees. As mentioned, it's one of Africa's oldest rainforests. It's very beautiful. The terrain is beautiful, as you can see, mountainous. So there's a lot of activities that can be done. There is a canopy walk, which was the first of its kind in East Africa. It hangs up above the tall trees, towering trees. So for anybody that's adventurous, it's 200 foot suspended from the ground. It's really fascinating. Then you also have hiking trails, waterfalls. It's really rich in nature for somebody looking into that sort of thing. The forest is Afro-mountain forest, and then you also have, bamboo slopes, grasslands, wetlands, and that boasts a lot of flora and fauna. And Nyungwe is a designated UNESCO World Heritage Site that was designated in 2023. It's really rich and beautiful, and again, one of the few remaining natural forests on this planet. It does have waterfalls, so for people looking into like just going to do walks and enjoy the spectacular waterfalls, it's a perfect place. Yeah, that's it about Nyungwe, canopy walk, birds, primates, and again, the local culture of the people living in that area. Then again, in this part of Rwanda, it's where you'll find a lot of tea farms, very beautiful, and guests can visit and explore these tea farms. Last but not least is Lake Kivu. Lake Kivu is located at the border of Rwanda and Uganda. I have to say it's one of the most beautiful lakes. One of those lakes that you get on and sometimes feels like you're seated on glass. It's just beautiful and picturesque with many islands. On this, it's more of a place where people go to relax, probably at the end of their safari, and enjoy sundowners, boat trips. There are other activities around like kayaking, bird watching, fishing. There is an island that you can visit that has hot springs. Then there is a trail known as the Congo Nile Trail that takes you across the Rwanda countryside that somebody can do with beautiful views of the lake. Again, really beautiful and offers serenity in this part of the world. Yeah, that's a little bit about Rwanda. It's a small country with a few, not many national parks, but rich biodiversity and has something for everybody. Yeah. Thank you so much. That's all that I had today.
Thank you, super. Шановні колеги, якщо маєте питання, будь ласка, до Лізи, до Фаріди, будь ласка, залишайте свої питання. Бачу сердечки. You see that hearts that are coming to you? I will send you mine.
Thank you. Thank you.
Пишіть питання. Це насправді дуже важливо. Зараз ви можете питати, надихаюча інформація. Saying that it's very inspiring information. Indeed, it's very much interesting because sometimes the destinations is like tabula rasa. It's like a clean paper. You have no idea. Like Kenya, Tanzania. Okay, now it's very known, but unfortunately, Uganda, Rwanda, standing in the shade so far. I would say, yes. And they are not so known. Even Winston Churchill was there and was fascinating with Uganda, right? Rwanda is absolutely different. It's unfortunately we are limited in time. So because for Rwanda we can talk also this cultural aspect is very strong. In Rwanda you have these memorials in Kigali, yes. Dedicated to big genocide, and a lot of it's a very interesting history for us, for Ukrainians. It's also very important because now we're also facing a war, and memorialization for us is very strong and important to understand how the other countries overcome with that experience and how they manage to keep the memory of the nation and to pass this information for the visitors as well. So it's also very important on that note. One of the agents is writing that she thought that there is a lot of bandits in Uganda. You see, this is the myths or the impressions that even people who work in tourism have, and imagine what the normal clients will have. It's a beautiful nature. It's a fantastic parks. We are not even talking about the culture today, because I think for that we need another 2 hours to talk briefly. You understand, like because you have several ethnic groups. They're all different, have different traditions, cultures. And it's also very interesting, because Africa should not be considered only as a place of nature, like a big park. Yeah, there are people living there, and I also highlight on the cities of Africa. Yeah. Like Kigali is a big city, Nairobi is a big city, Cape Town, Maputo, all these different cities with their own very separate, very unique vibe, which visitors also can try, can feel, because there are a lot to experience, not only parks, which are beautiful as well. And you see today my picture behind. Yes. It's also I think Uganda or Rwanda, so something there.
Yes.
So today I'm supporting you. Okay. She says that the beautiful nature and parks, and that you need to work hard. Yes, we need to work hard in terms of, так, нам треба дійсно багато промотувати, тому що дійсно, як я щойно сказала партнерам, Уганда і Руанда залишаються все ж таки у тіні Кенії і Танзанії, які вже, ну, скажімо, вони вже не відлякують так, але все одно залишається багато питань по них. Хоча це вже такі досить популярні напрямки, і ми вже там більш-менш орієнтуємось і знаємо там якісь назви, ми можемо там, коли там звучить якась назва національного парку, ми вже знаємо там, де він розташований, маємо уявлення, так? Це що стосується Кенії, Танзанії. Попри те, в Уганді, Руанді це все ще дійсно... Так, питання. Do you have experience with Oli? Do you have experience with duck tourism in Rwanda? Oh, that is a good question.
Yes, but I'll briefly, again, I won't go into the history of it, but I'll briefly just touch that. Yes, we do. Actually, I forgot to mention Kigali, which is the arrival. Most cases, we recommend our guests to spend at least 2 nights. The first night is, of course, to get to explore the city itself. It teaches you about the culture of Rwanda, the history of Rwanda. I don't know if you've heard of the famous movie Hotel Rwanda. Rwanda went through a terrible history where the genocide, it all started with, again, we know how all these wars already start. So it went through a terrible history where one tribe killed the other, and so literally a genocide trying to wipe out the other. It's a really terrible story, but in Kigali, when you visit the famous Kigali Genocide Memorial, all this history is told. You see how it all started, how it all ended. The Kigali Genocide Memorial is one of the best museums that I've been to in the world. I've been to like the museum in Germany, but it's really beautiful in the sense that you have the audio, you have the visuals, it's in different languages. You can just get the headphones and listen to everything. And it takes you through phase by phase of the human nature and the things we can do to one another. So yes, we do conduct tours for people interested in this history. And it's not just to the Kigali Genocide Memorial Museum. There are other museums in the spread around the country. We have one in Butare. We have one in Nyamata. Nyamata is where the famous Catholic church, again, where people were massacred inside the church. So yes, we do tours to all these places. And actually, some of our tour guides are survivors of this, catastrophic event. So, they get to share with you. It's sad, but also one thing I have to say that it's the resilience of human beings, because when you read these things, when you see them, and then to see this country, you know, sprouting and people living in harmony with another, it's amazing. So yes,
Yeah.
we do those tours, and yes, all that information can be shared.
It's very sad that people have to bypass these horrible experiences, because I think there is Ukraine also have a lot of dark pages of the history. They had it in the 20th century, and we even have it now. Even today's night was very very hard for us. But yeah, when we exchanging with that experience, we also help to understand that sometimes even thousands of kilometers away, people are still the same, right?
Yes.
Without doesn't matter which color of the skin or which we still facing a lot of similar issues. And there are some feedbacks from the agents as well. Svetlana writes that she is searching for senses to keep on her life and work. To do what? And she said, here is the insight. I never been to Uganda personally. So today is very, very inspiring. You see, now we are giving some sense to the people. And Alona is writing that for me, it's a new destination, very interesting. And I'm sure in the future it will be very popular. And Ola writes that Uganda is a brave country, and she is in love with the country.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Many nice words. Yeah, it's really interesting to dig in this history, to learn in the culture, and to open up the beautiful sceneries, landscapes, to know about all the beauties of our earth has, right? So it's really
Absolutely.
nice. Шановні колеги, якщо залишаються питання, я бачу тут багато гарних коментарів, і партнерам дуже приємно. Чи є ще запитання зараз перед тим, як ми завершимо і перейдемо до наступного виступу? So far, don't see any questions. Якщо виникають потім питання, ще не хвилюйтесь, то можете потім ще писати. І ми дамо відповіді далі в нашому телеграм-чаті. Thank you so much. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Farida, for your time, for sharing.
Thank you so much, Nadia.
As I understand, as I always say, that we need a lot of talking, explaining, showing. It's not like one time we show the presentation at all works. So sometimes we need to explain 1 million times for it to go. So every time we need to plant the seeds into this field. Today it's no, tomorrow no, and the day after tomorrow it's yes. So we need to keep on trying and do our work very well, and then it will come with the result. That is my true belief. I see how it works when I was the representatives as well. And now as a tour operator, we also do a lot of promotion of the destination we are specialized on.
Well done. Thank you so much for those kind words, Nadia.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you
for
so
your
much.
time.
Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for listening to us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and hope to see you soon.
Yeah.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Колеги, дякую вам за вашу витримку. Сьогодні була така складна ніч у нас. І ми вже майже рухаємо до кінця. Зараз у нас вже майже завершальний виступ від Олі. І Оля сьогодні вже трошки нам розкаже ще раз, так дуже тезисно, дуже так по пунктам, да, можна так сказати, межсезоння в Африці. В деяких сьогоднішніх виступах я трошки витягувала цю інформацію також з наших спікерів, але Оля підсумує також, що насправді межсезоння, ну, те, що я називаю межсезоння, так, тобто оця наша осінь, їх весна, насправді є дуже чудовим часом відкрити для себе Африку. Для туристів. У нас попереду ще дитячі канікули, родини з дітьми. Тобто Оля трошки більше розкаже про це. І на завершення вже буде ще кілька хвилин, я підсумую, що у нас сьогодні було, дам анонс на завтра. І, власне, якщо у вас виникнуть питання, можете включити потім камеру, і ми поговоримо. Якщо виникають питання, ми ще з вами проговоримо їх. Добре? Передаю слово Олі, передаю їй екран. Yeah.
Так, всіх вітаю. Зараз я трошки тут налаштую. Як же казала моя колега Надія, що я буду розповідати про міжсезоння в Африці. І думаю, що ця тема трошки зруйнує міф, що Африка лише їхати в наше українське літо. Насправді це не так. Головним питанням таким, про яке ми будемо говорити, це коли відвідати Африку у високий чи у низький сезон, чи можна цілий рік. Хотіла поговорити про переваги низького сезону, які місяці, високий, низький сезон, поговорити про нього, і про цілорічний туризм в Африці. Загалом високий сезон в Африці характеризується тим, що це більш нижчі температури повітря і мала кількість опадів. Низький сезон – це навпаки високі температури повітря і висока кількість опадів. Це я покажу далі там на кліматичних діаграмах деяких країн. І що ж, хотіла б одразу перейти до таких переваг низького сезону. Високий сезон – це в нашому розумінні це завжди високі ціни, от в низькому сезоні це все навпаки, вони є значно меншими. Це мало натовпів, що є дуже класно для сімей, для сімейного туризму. Також одна з улюблених дестинацій – це водоспад Вікторія, також дуже класний в низький період. Однак ми чули від одної, якщо не помиляюся, говорив Ян, що ось якраз в листопаді може бути мінлива погода, і краще водоспад Вікторія от вересень-жовтень, бо в листопаді можуть бути ризики мінливої погоди, і варто клієнтів говорити завчасно, що там брати з собою дощовики чи ще щось. Але от якщо, наприклад, Монопулс, так, пік низького сезону – це є більш так січень, то це дуже велика кількість опадів, і Монопулс туристи можуть не потрапити, адже через непрохідність доріг. От саме в пік низькому сезону є проблема, що деякі дестинації можуть бути зачинені через те, що затопленість або непрохідність. Великий вибір країн для відпочинку. Я вибрала такі більш популярні – це Кенія, Танзанія, про які ми сьогодні слухали, Південно-Африканська Республіка, Намібія та Мозамбік. Хороша погода, найкращим перебуванням Африці є, власне, осінь. Це вересень-жовтень, це прям ідеальні місяці. Це якраз є як перехід з високого сезону у низький сезон. Саме в цей період ідеально поєднувати сафарі плюс пляж, що дуже люблять сім'ї або пари. Ми маємо дві чудові програми, як Танзанія плюс Занзібар, Кенія, Діана Біч, це одні з найпопулярніших. Також, як казала Надія, це чудовий період для дитячих канікул, осінніх. Тревел Дизайнер рекомендує подорожувати з дітьми від 8 років, адже вони більш такі свідомі і вони розуміють, що відбувається навколо, і бачать цю різницю, побачити лева в зоопарку і побачити його в дикій природі, в сафарі. Це дуже класно і дітям розказати в школі про такий досвід, словом цей. Але головна така теза цієї теми – це, що Африка підходить насправді будь-який місяць, все залежить від бажання туриста. Якщо ви хочете прям зануритись у сафарі. Це, звісно, високий сезон, адже більш такі нижчі температури повітря і мала кількість опадів. Однак, як казали колеги, що і осінь дуже класно підходить для сафарі, особливо і ще й плюс комбінувати із пляжем, адже тоді збільшується температура повітря і більш так тепліше море, що багатьом подобається. Також сафарі, навіть якщо брати пік низького сезону січень-лютий, залежить все, кому подобається. В січні ви можете побачити народження левенят, що є також дуже класним досвідом. Тобто все залежить від бажання туриста, але треба проговорювати, що пік низького сезону є ризики дощової погоди або непроїздність якихось там частин доріг в парку національному, може бути різне. Однак от якраз оцей вересень-жовтень – це прям ідеальний такий перехідний період, де дещо збільшується температура і не така велика кількість опадів. Наприклад, ось в Кенії видно, що така сама кількість опадів, як і в серпні, і температури не такі дуже вже високі, там до 25 градусів. Так само Танзанія. Кенія, Танзанія – це сусідні країни, вони в субекваторіальному кліматі, то дещо в них там не відрізняються кліматичні діаграми, як бачимо. А також Зімбабве, Вікторія Фолз, вересень, взагалі ідеальний місяць, жовтень, вже бачимо, в листопаді вже порівняно з жовтим і вереснем значно збільшується кількість опадів. Про те, що я говорила, що в листопаді може бути мінлива погода, і от для водоспаду Вікторія от саме вересень-жовтень. Так само тут Намібія. Як бачимо, це пік низького сезону, висока кількість опадів. Південно-Африканська Республіка, тут вже більше це ближче до субтропіків, тут вже дещо інакша ситуація, однак осінь прямо ідеальна для Кейптауну. Далі б хотіла поговорити про програми, які ми пропонуємо для комфортного відпочинку у низький сезон для туристів. Це улюблена Кенія, сафарі плюс пляж. Ви можете зробити або скріншот, потім подивитися, або зараз відсканувати QR-код. Ви просто перейдете до нас на сайт і більш детальніше можете оглянути цю програму. Це Кенія. Також наступна країна, точніше, Танзанія. У нас є дві прикольні програми, це як Танзанія, сімейна сафарі, та Танзанія від Серенгеті до Занзібару, Занзібар пляж. Якщо ви, наприклад, хочете побачити китів, то це більше літо, а це вже якраз припадає, якщо не помиляюсь, на зиму, так? Більш літній період, якщо побачити китів в Занзібарі. Південно-Африканська Республіка. У нас є дві програми найкраще у Південній Африці. Родзинка і Кейптауну – це ви більше занурюєтесь саме в столицю Кейптауну. Бюджетна програма, доволі цікава. Ви також можете не відсканувати QR-код, а просто зайти на нас, загуглити нас Тревел Дизайнер, програми, там у нас є багато програм, у нас багато напрямків і програми під сім'ї, під пари або для більш таких пригодницьких туристів. У нас на будь-який смак, можна так сказати. Також ми можемо робити під індивідуальний запит, комбінувати країни для туристів, які вони хочуть, словом цей. Наступна програма Зімбабве, водоспад Вікторія. Найкраща в Намібії у нас є індивідуальна програма. Також забула ще згадати про такі три країни. Ефіопія. Це саме ця країна не про природу, а більше як про історію, адже Ефіопія – це одна із найдревніших цивілізацій світу, одна з перших країн, яка прийняла християнство. У нас є якраз, якщо не помиляюсь, 10-денна програма, історичний маршрут, де ви можете дослідити максимально цю країну. Це просто вау-країна, там, мені здається, 10 днів бракує. Також Ефіопія – це про події. Побачити, як вони святкують Різдво, це також вау-досвід. Також я забула згадати про Руанду та Уганду. Як вже говорили попередньо, що якраз для Уганди найкращий період – це з червня до жовтня. Там якраз вологі ліси і дуже такого різкого переходу так як немає. Здебільшого до Уганди їдуть дивитися на приматів. Це, наприклад, на фотографії «Золота мавпа» або трекінг до горил. Також дуже класно. Це якраз Руанда Уганда, це про те, що Африка – це не тільки пустелі, як ми знаємо з мультиків, чи ще щось, це і вічно зелені екваторіальні ліси. Мозамбік ми вже згадували, у нас є 2 програми «Історичний Мозамбік», «Буш та пляжі». Дуже, до речі, класна програма. Головна така теза – це, що Африка різноманітна, вона неймовірна в будь-який сезон. Це все залежить від бажання туриста, яку він тварину хоче побачити, чи він хоче побачити міграцію, наприклад, зебр в Ботсвані, чи він хоче побачити, як народжуються левенята. Це все треба відштовхуватись від того і рекомендувати, який саме сезон, який саме місяць, проміжок часу йому треба поїхати. Ми, Тревел Дизайнер, готові творити, бо ми дизайнери подорожі, і будемо раді вам допомогти, проконсультувати вас з приводу будь-якої країни. Сподіваюсь, цей Qday був максимально для вас інформативний, було дуже цікаво. І Африка дійсно варта вашої уваги. Дякую. Я дещо так коротко, тому що більшість колег попередньо більше так про кожну країну сказали, куди треба відвідати. От вересень, жовтень – це ось прямо для сімей, це ідеальний період.
Дякую. Оля отримала також багато серденьок. Так, це дуже
Українська
добре.
хоча б.
Так, сьогодні у нас було багато англійської. Хто хотів якраз підтягнути свою англійську, це був хороший шанс. Завтра нас чекає продовження. І я вітаю нас, колеги. Ми майже в повному складі, як почали, майже всі і завершили. Це дуже класна тенденція. Я сподіваюся, що за сьогоднішній вечір і ніч ви зможете трошки адаптувати цю всю інформацію, вкласти в свою голову, трошки систематизувати. Сподіваюся, що ви також робили, як і я, якісь нотатки. І воно вам зайде, ляже і залишаться головні якісь тези. Я зараз хотіла теж присвятити ось там кілька хвилин, щоб ми трошки підсумували, що у нас сьогодні було за день. Я ж кажу, що якщо у вас виникають питання, хочете висловити свою думку, будь ласка, можете зараз голосом написати, можете потім пізніше в чаті записати аудіо, відео, будь-що вітається, будь-яка активність з вашого боку. Для нас це приємно, тому що ми робимо це в першу чергу для того, щоб вам допомогти розуміти Африку, продавати Африку, так, готувати вас до найближчого осіннього сезону, ну і вже трошки там і заходили і тари трохи на зиму, так? Тому про що у нас сьогодні була мова? Почали ми з Танзанії. Виступ був достатньо такий спокійний і трошки повільний. Але я думаю, що ми головні такі тези підсвітили. Зважайте, що якщо ми комбінуємо, тому що партнери казали про те, що класно, наприклад, там робити Кенію, сафарі і пляж, наприклад, Занзібар. Ми знаємо про те, що якщо ми робимо таку комбінацію, обов'язково ми маємо зробити жовту лихоманку. Так? Тобто це прям дуже важливо. Тому часто і все ж таки, якщо особливо там у нас не дуже багато часу залишається на планування, організацію подорожі, то все ж таки варто обирати, наприклад, чисту Кенію або чисту Танзанію. Тоді, якщо у нас чиста Кенія або чиста Танзанія, жовтої лихоманки не потрібно, так? Далі.
Я хочу також звернути вашу увагу, що ми сьогодні говорили не тільки про природу, хоча головний акцент – це про природу, про тварин, про неймовірні пейзажі, але ж все ж тут ми говорили і трохи про культуру, ми говорили про міста, про Найробі говорили сьогодні, про Мапуту, про Кігалі, так? Тобто не майте уявлення, що Африка – це тільки там савани і звірі, які там ходять, так? Це все ж таки країни, там кожної своя цікава історія з культурний бекграунд, колоніальний вплив, це все дуже впливає на той стан, в якому зараз країна, як вона розвивається, які в неї інфраструктура. Це також важливо. Тому іноді я також раджу, і ми будемо додавати ще в програми наші ось такі 2-3 ночі просто там Кігалі або просто Найробі, які ви можете просто потім як трансформер, як такі кубики позбирати це в досвід, так? Тобто заходите на сайт, обираєте там ось так, ось так, ось так, і ви можете самі вибудовувати такі програми із цих різних таких, будувати собі, по суті, програму або разом з туристом. Ми сьогодні говорили, наприклад, по Кенії щодо потяга і перельоту на Момбасу. Так, теж дуже велике питання, про яке у нас часто виникає. Чи треба нам летіти, чи треба нам їхати потягом. Так? Це такі дуже практичні речі, але вони дійсно дуже важливі. Так? І мені здається, що Ruth сьогодні дуже класно це пояснила. Щодо Занзібару теж дуже важливо, сьогодні нам партнери розповіли, ось це чітке, я зазвичай даю пояснення, в чому різниця між північчю і сходом, тому що ми майже ніколи не розглядаємо ночівлю на західному і на південному узбережжі Занзібару, тому що пляжі у нас в основному зосереджені, пляжні курорти зосереджені це на півночі і на сході, так, і між ними є суттєва різниця, так, сьогодні ми про неї говорили, це те, що на півночі, і його часто питають, так, це низькі приливи-відливи на Занзібарі, так, на узбережжях півночі Занзібару, низькі приливи-відливи – це північ острова. В той же час там велика концентрація готелів, там більше людей, більше тусовки, тобто більш людно. В той час, як східне узбережжя, воно більш спокійніше, там хороші місця для кайтсерфінгу, віндсерфінгу також, там більш суттєві приливи-відливи, але це також є родзинка острова. І це більше про спокійний відпочинок, це більше про такі більше бутікові готелі. Як на мене, такий досвід мені більш подобається особисто, так? Але ми маємо давати цю різницю, показувати. І щоб клієнт на моменті бронювання обирав, що хоче. Таке бути серед життя в тусовці, так? І мати ось такі параметри по пляжу, чи мати інші параметри по пляжу, і бути в більш спокійній атмосфері. Ось, це теж таке важливе питання, робоче питання, так? Ми сьогодні дуже плідно проговорили Мозамбік. Ми не проговорили його весь, у мене ще залишить. Я б хотіла ще, щоб ми пішли в національні парки, трошки поговорили, але ми досить глибоко занурились. Мені здається, що непогано поговорили. Про Зімбабве, так? Такі головні моменти, що це країна, заради якої приїжджають для Вікторія Фолз, так, Хванге, чудова локація, яка логістично дуже гарно лягає в можливість побачити африканських тварин, і це хороший варіант для родини, для відпочинку родини, так.
теж важливий такий нюанс. Ми сьогодні почули Намібію, її мега-суперкрутий новий продукт від Гондвани. Я вже бачила повний трейлер, і ми вам ще перейшлемо в чат повну версію ролика, того, яку показував Еміль. Це дуже класний досвід. Мені здається, це в сучасному світі, наповненому цього шуму інформаційного, це саме той досвід, який нам потрібен, так? Бути виключеним від всього і бути тут і зараз в моменті, так? Відсікаючи ось це все зайве, так? Максимально бути ось там wild camping. Це взагалі Намібія, і, на мою думку, дуже імпонує для таких подорожей, так? Для повернення себе до себе, так? А ось цей досвід теж дуже є унікальним. І, звісно, наостанок, після обіду ми трошки, можливо, освіжилися, то у нас ще були дуже класні виступи від Уганди, Руанди. Я сподіваюся, що для вас краще стало зрозуміліше, що взагалі це за країни, що вони можуть пропонувати, чим вони цікаві. Так? Вони дуже відрізняються від Кенії та Танзанії. Ось, вони дещо подібні між собою, хоча б завдяки досвіду горіл, так? Але ви вже побачили різницю, що в Уганді цей досвід дешевше, да? Ось дозвіл на прогулянку з горилою. В Руанді він дорожчий. Руанда менше за розміром. Це, здається, як Київська область, якщо я не помиляюсь. Я це даю в своїх вебінарах, вони є в відкритому доступі на YouTube, я про них періодично згадувала сьогодні. Ось, ми це ще поділимось також в нашому телеграмі, щоб ви теж могли попереглядати, якщо не бачили, тому що ті вебінари українською мовою, я там досить систематично вам там пояснюю головні акценти по країні, даю трошки занурення в історію, по перельотам, по візам, треба, не треба, якісь там жовті лихоманки, яка ситуація. Тобто він є базовий, і додаючи оцей досвід, який, оці додаткові тренінги, знання, які ви отримуєте на Qdays, це прям дуже класне вже таке підґрунтя, ваш такий багаж знань для того, щоб ви могли більш упевнено себе поводитись, там, говорячи з клієнтом про той чи інший напрямок. Так, бачу питання, зараз повернусь до них. Що у нас ще було такого важливого? І Оля вже більш так підсумувала нам, да, що межсезоння, тобто ми говоримо про вересень, жовтень і листопад, це не треба викидати Африку з нашого поля зору, так? Тобто це хороший сезон. Африка є різна. Африка є під різний запит, під різну ціль, і тому в залежності від того, що хоче клієнт, ми зможемо підібрати потрібний маршрут, кількість днів, логістику і так далі. Питання від Анни. А від малярії ви рекомендуєте вакцинацію, якщо розглядати материкову Кенію та Танзанію? В випадку захворювання є, зараз, секунду, що тут? Бо випадки захворювання є, по поверненню в Україну лікувати нічим. Дивіться, щодо малярії, наскільки я знаю, вакцинація як така не відбувається, але є таблетки, які пропиваються перед подорожю. вони там п'ються за 2-3, здається, тижні, починаються, так, тобто це такий тривалий період. І там ще, якщо я не помиляюсь, ви ще приїжджаєте, ну, ви ще на локації і ще продовжуєте їх вживати, так? Тобто це якийсь там період, треба їх пропити. Для Кенії і Танзанії, ну, чесно, із нашого досвіду, туристи не беруть ці таблетки. Чому не беруть? Тому що ну, їх не можна поєднувати з алкоголем, це ж таки люди хочуть там на вихідних випити свій келих з вином, так, і це не буде дуже гарно лягати. Тому зазвичай це не відбувається, так? Особливо по Кенії, Танзанії. Якщо ми говоримо, наприклад, Мозамбік, то там є такі території, наприклад, на півночі. Сьогодні ми говорили більше про південь. На півночі Мозамбік, там таке є місце, так, острів, то там, ну, вважається як малярійна зона, так, то там таблетки дають жахливі побочки. Ось, Вікторія зазначає, так. Ну, да, тобто тут ще питання цих побочок і алкоголя. Ну, тобто їх дійсно ніхто майже не вживає. Тобто не можу. Це не є обов'язковою потребою, так? Тобто є регіони, в яких є обов'язкова. Коли ми йдемо там, наприклад, в дуже дощовий період, є сенс це робити. Коли ми їдемо в зони, які, ну, прям зазначені, що можуть мати. Ось, якщо це такого рекомендаційний характер, то зазвичай туристи не користуються ним. Чи є випадки, я не зустрічала випадків малярії, наскільки вони лікуються, от чесно, теж не заглиблювалось питання, але це, мабуть, дуже, дуже слушне питання. І, звісно, коли ми подорожуємо в далекі країни, все ж таки хотілося б безпечно мати цей досвід, так? Але ми завжди зазначаємо на те, що не вживаємо там воду з інших, ніж бутильовану, так? Тобто навіть там по Мадагаскару і так само по Африці у нас є ці застереження, там не вживаємо вуличну їжу, якщо ви там, ну, якісь, ну, такі у нас застереження, в принципі, можуть стосуватися будь-чого і в Україні, ви скажіть, да? І так само там в деяких країнах Європи, тобто, ну, це такі загально зрозумілі такі питання, там не всі кафе там підходять, так, там у людей там з вулиці, що готували, ми не знаємо, як то було приготовлено, в яких санітарних умовах, тобто краще відмовитись від такого досвіду, так. Ну, я стикалася там з колегами, не туристами, з колегами, які навпаки хотіли спробувати такий досвід. Ну, це вже їх особистий ризик, так. Тобто, ось, тому ми завжди зазначаємо, що брати там від кишкових розладів, так, аптечку з собою. У нас є класні такі, ми пам'ятки пишемо, такі прям на кілька сторінок до кожної країни, коли подорожує наш турист, де ми прописуємо прям. Я зазначаю, дуже сильно завжди прошу агента передавати цю пам'ятку з туристом, прочитати її уважно, так, тому що я дійсно там прописую дуже багато таких деталізованих речей, важливих речей, там і там іноді про гроші, наприклад, якщо там потребуються там більш нові купюри чи якісь такі. Ну, там багато всього часто прописано, і я їх кожного року там переглядаю, так, щоб вони там роблю апдейти, і ми, якщо все, десь Бог, все нормально буде, ми ще хочемо зробити такий в форматі чат-боту ще нашу пам'ятку, щоб, бо іноді ми знаємо це з досвіду, що туристи все ж таки не хочуть читати. Ось, а так чат-бот буде їм нагадувати про те, там, не забудьте, що у вас там то-то і то-то. Мені здається, хочемо спробувати, можливо, так це буде працювати більш ефективніше. З такими більш технологічними штуками. Ну, подивимось. Хочемо таке спробувати, як експеримент. Ось. Чи є ще питання? Будь ласка, пишіть. А я вам нагадаю про завтрашню програму. Сьогодні у нас була орієнтація в основному на Африку. Завтра у нас теж буде трошки Африки, але зовсім трошки. І завтра у нас буде Австралія, Нова Зеландія. Будь ласка, вона буде зранку, прямо з 9 години. Будь ласка, не пропустіть, це дуже важливо, тому що наші колеги з Нової Зеландії, Австралії, для них це вечір вже, вечір попереднього. Тобто, ну, у нас велика різниця в часі, ось через те вони мають виступати перші. Потім у нас планується завтра Південна Африка, будемо говорити. Ми будемо говорити ось якраз про національний парк Крюгер. Якщо хтось із вас був на минулому Qdays, то ми якраз з партнерами там більше говорили про Кейптаун і про дорогу садів. То в цей раз ми поговоримо вже більше туди про Крюгер. Там буде дуже гарний виступ. Потім моє слово, я б хотіла вам трошки більше розповісти про наші програми, про систему лояльності. Можливо, якщо вам цікаво, розповім трошки кейсів, наприклад, там, які у нас там були задачі, що у нас там які там ми програми їм пропонували, що у нас виходило і так далі. Можливо, це вам буде також цікаво. Так, далі, що у нас там буде ще? У нас буде Шрі-Ланка завтра. Тобто у нас завтра більше Indian Ocean і Австралія, Нова Зеландія, трошки Африки, так? Завтра буде також Занзібар. У нас Мальдіви будуть виступи, Маврикії виступи також, це будуть готелі. І будуть ще пару моїх виступів, один присвячений Маврикію і один присвячений Мадагаскару. Тут я вже буду вам дещо розповідати. Також, сподіваюся, це буде корисно. Ми робили опитування, що ви хочете почути, орієнтуючись на те, що ви писали, щоб вам було цікаво послухати від мене про ці напрямки. Я, відповідно, там вам підготую невеличкий матеріал, щоб ви там трошки освіжити ваші знання, якщо ви вже попередньо чули мої вебінари про це. Ось. Також буде виступ від Аліни. Вона нам розповість про готельні відкриття. Також дуже важливий матеріал, так, бо і по островам, і по Африці, які в нас там нові готелі плануються до відкриття, там є цікаві моменти також. Отакий у нас завтра плідний день буде, так що сподіваюся, сьогоднішня ніч пройде спокійно, і дійсно у нас завтра буде велика програма, насичена, тому було б класно. Так, ось. Дякую від пані Світлани. Прям. Все. З мого боку все сьогодні. Так, дякую вам за сердечки. Дякую. Дякую. Дуже вдячна вам за всі ваші серденьки. Да. І чекаємо на вас завтра. Дякую вам. До завтра. До завтра. Можемо відключатись і відпочивати або займатися іншими справами. Дякую.